welcome, dear friends. As the soft glow of the fireplace dances in the background, I invite you to let go of your worries and embrace this peaceful moment. Cozy up and allow the gentle narration to carry you away to a world of dreams. We are truly grateful for your company this evening, and thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us. Story 1. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, a world of wonders unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred, as natural creatures lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature and the whispers of magic. This forest, known to its inhabitants as Eldergrove, was a tapestry of emerald hues, woven with towering trees that seemed to touch the very heavens. Their branches danced in the gentle breezes, casting dappled shadows upon the mossy ground beneath. The air was rich with the earthy scents of decaying leaves and the sweet fragrances of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor like jewels. Every morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, it painted the world below in hues of gold and green. The forest awoke with a gentle rustle as creatures emerged from their slumber to greet the day. Here, the creatures of the woodland thrived, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of their home. The wise old oak trees, their bark etched with the stories of centuries past, provided shelter and sustenance to a multitude of beings. Squirrels scampered along their branches, gathering acorns to store for the long winter ahead, while birds wove intricate nests, singing melodies that filled the air with joy. Among these creatures was a young squirrel named Kira, whose curiosity often led her to explore the hidden nooks of the forest. She was a spirited soul, with eyes that sparkled like the dew-kissed morning leaves. Kira's boundless energy and inquisitive nature often led her into adventures that others would shy away from. She was driven by an insatiable desire to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within Eldergrove. Kira often spent her afternoons near the babbling brook that wound its way through Eldergrove. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky above, and its gentle murmur was a soothing balm to her adventurous spirit. On one such afternoon, while she was watching the water ripple over the smooth stones, she noticed a small, iridescent fish. Its scales shimmered with colors of the rainbow, and it darted with such speed and grace that Kira couldn't help but be mesmerized. This was no ordinary fish. It was a guardian of the brook, a creature of ancient magic tasked with keeping the water pure. Beneath the canopy, a family of deer grazed peacefully, their gentle eyes reflecting the serenity of their surroundings. Their graceful movements were mirrored by the flutter of butterflies, which danced from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of colors. In the shadowy hollows, foxes prowled, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the dappled light, ever watchful for their next meal. Among them was a wise old fox named Eldrin, whose keen eyes missed nothing. Eldrin had lived through many seasons and carried with him the wisdom of the ancients, which he shared with those who sought his counsel. But Eldrin was not just a silent observer. He had a secret mission, a quest that had been passed down through generations of foxes in his lineage. Eldrin was the keeper of the Eldergrove's secret map, a parchment that revealed hidden paths and magical sites unknown even to the forest sprites. He knew that one day he would need to pass this knowledge to a worthy successor, someone who could continue to protect the balance of magic within the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest transformed into a realm of shadow and starlight. The nocturnal creatures emerged, their eyes gleaming like precious gems in the twilight. Kira, too, found herself drawn to the night, her explorations taking on a new dimension under the moon's silvery glow. It was during one such evening that she encountered a hidden grove, its entrance obscured by a cascade of ivy. Intrigued, she pushed through the foliage, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. Inside, the grove was aglow with bioluminescent fungi, their soft light casting an otherworldly glow upon the scene. At the center stood a shimmering pool, its surface still and mirror-like, reflecting the night sky with perfect clarity. Kira approached the water's edge, her breath catching in her throat as she noticed something extraordinary. Tiny lights danced beneath the surface, forming intricate patterns that shifted and swirled like a living mosaic. It was a sight of ethereal beauty, a secret known only to those who dared to wander beyond the beaten path. But this forest was not merely a sanctuary for living creatures. It was also a realm where magic pulsed through every vein, ebbing and flowing with the changing seasons. As autumn's chill crept in, the leaves transformed into a fiery tapestry of crimson and gold, their falling dance accompanied by the whispers of ancient spirits. It was during this time that the forest sprites emerged, their gossamer wings shimmering with the last rays of summer's warmth as they guided the fallen leaves to their final resting place. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Kira found herself drawn to a secluded glade she had never visited before. There she encountered Lurael, a forest sprite whose presence was as ethereal as the shimmering moonlight. Lurael's eyes twinkled with the knowledge of untold stories, and her voice was as soothing as a lullaby. "Kira," she said, "the forest holds secrets that even the oldest trees have not yet revealed. Will you help me uncover them?" Intrigued and eager to learn, Kira nodded, her heart racing with the promise of discovery. Together they embarked on a journey through Eldergrove, uncovering hidden paths and forgotten lore. They discovered ancient runes carved into stone, remnants of an era when magic was woven into the very fabric of the world. Each discovery was a thread in the tapestry of Eldergrove's history, and Kira felt a growing sense of purpose. As they delved deeper into the mysteries of the forest, Kira and Lurael stumbled upon a forgotten relic, a weathered statue of a majestic stag, its antlers adorned with intricate carvings. Lurael explained that it was a tribute to the forest's guardian spirit, a being of immense power who watched over Eldergrove from the astral realm. The statue was a conduit for the spirit's energy, and Kira felt a warm glow of protection envelop her as she stood before it, as if the guardian himself acknowledged her role in preserving the forest's magic. One day, as they traversed a particularly dense part of the forest, Lurael led Kira to a hidden clearing where the air seemed thicker with magic. At its center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly under the moonlight. "These stones," Lurael explained, "are a gateway to the spirit realm. Only those who are pure of heart and purpose can use them to commune with the ancients." Kira felt a shiver of awe and responsibility as she realized the depth of the trust Lurael was placing in her. When winter's icy embrace enveloped the forest, a hush fell over the land, and the creatures sought refuge in the warmth of their dens and burrows. Yet even in the stillness, magic swirled through the crisp air, crystallizing each snowflake into a unique work of art. The ancient elders, their fur frosted with age, would gather the young ones near and regale them with tales of winters past, imparting the wisdom of generations long gone. During these storytelling nights, Eldrin often shared the tale of the Great Thaw, when the forest nearly lost its magic due to the greed of a long-forgotten civilization. It was a cautionary tale, reminding the creatures of the delicate balance they must maintain to preserve their enchanted home. Kira listened intently, her heart stirred by the knowledge that she, too, was now a guardian of Eldergrove's secrets. As spring's first blush kissed the forest, a symphony of life erupted. Buds unfurled into vibrant blooms, and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of returning songbirds. It was during this time of renewal that the forest nymphs emerged from their slumber, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the wildflowers, coaxing them to open their petals and bask in the warmth of the sun. In the heat of summer, when the forest was alive with the buzz of insects and the rustling of leaves, the magic took on a different form. Rainbows arched across the sky after every thunderstorm, their vibrant hues reflecting in the puddles that dotted the forest floor. It was said that these ephemeral bridges were the playgrounds of mischievous water sprites, who would dart across their colorful paths, leaving a trail of shimmering droplets in their wake. Through it all, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature and the ebb and flow of magic. They understood that their existence was intertwined with the well-being of their home, and they guarded its secrets fiercely. For in this enchanted realm, where reality and fantasy intertwined, the wisdom of generations past echoed through the ancient trees, reminding all who listened that true balance could only be found in respecting the delicate dance of life. As the seasons cycled on, Kira's adventures with Luriel became tales of their own, whispered among the creatures of Eldergrove. Eldrin, recognizing Kira's potential, decided it was time to share the secret map with her. On a quiet evening, under the silvery glow of a full moon, he led her to a hidden nook beneath the roots of the oldest oak tree. There he revealed the parchment, its edges worn with age, and entrusted her with the task of safeguarding Eldergrove's hidden paths. Kira's journey was not just one of exploration, but of self-discovery. Each secret unveiled, each mystery solved, brought her closer to understanding her unique place within the tapestry of Eldergrove. Her heart brimmed with a sense of belonging and duty, strengthened by the wisdom of Eldrin and the friendship of Luriel. The forest, with its mysteries and magic, continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who called it home. And so, the story of Eldergrove was woven into the hearts of all who dared to listen, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay within the ancient forest, waiting to be discovered. Together, Kira and Luriel ensured that the legacy of Eldergrove would endure, their tales becoming part of the forest's eternal lore, inspiring generations to come. Story 2. In a distant corner of the cosmos, where nebulae shimmered like distant fireworks against the velvet blackness of space, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Leora. It was a lush world, draped in verdant forests and dotted with crystalline lakes that reflected the myriad colors of the sky. It was here that our story begins, under the soft glow of two setting suns, whose light painted the landscape in shades of gold and crimson, their warmth lingering in the air like a tender embrace. The air on Leora was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers, their petals glistening with dew that caught the fading light, casting tiny rainbows across the forest floor. The gentle hum of life filled the air, an orchestra of chirping flitters, and the rustle of leaves swaying in a symphony conducted by the evening breeze. The planet itself seemed to breathe, a living tapestry woven from nature's threads. Leora was inhabited by the gentle Lerotians, beings of light and warmth, whose skin bore the luminescent glow of the planet's twin suns. Their homes were woven seamlessly into the environment, crafted from living wood and shimmering vines, creating an ethereal village that breathed and thrived with the rhythm of the planet. One such Lerotian, known for her curiosity and kindness, was Nara. Nara had a heart as vast as the cosmos and a spirit that danced like the morning light on a dewdrop. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of an explorer, and her laughter was a melody that resonated through the whispering woods. Nara was not just a seeker of novelty, she was a bridge between her people and the mysteries of the universe. Her fascination with the stars was more than mere wonder, it was a yearning to understand the stories woven into their light. She often spent her nights on a hill overlooking the village, tracing constellations with her fingers, dreaming of distant worlds and the beings that might inhabit them. On this particular day, as Nara wandered through the whispering woods, named for the gentle rustle of leaves that echoed like 1,000 soft whispers, she stumbled upon something most peculiar. The air was fresh with the scent of wildflowers and moss, the ground soft beneath her feet, when she noticed a disturbance in the natural harmony, a creature unlike any she had ever seen, tangled in a net of shimmering vines. Its skin was a deep cobalt, shimmering with iridescent scales that seemed to shift and change with the light. It was a Zorbian, a species known across the galaxy for their stoicism and wisdom. The Zorbian, who went by the name of Jax, was far from home. His ship had encountered a rogue meteor shower, forcing him to make an emergency landing on this unfamiliar world. As Nara approached cautiously, Jax regarded her with wary, golden eyes. Misunderstanding her intent, he emitted a low, rumbling growl that reverberated through the trees like distant thunder. Nara paused, sensing the Zorbian's unease. "Fear not," she said, her voice a gentle melody in the dusk, weaving through the air like a calming breeze. "I wish only to help." Jax, unused to such warmth and openness, remained silent. Nara, undeterred, began to untangle the vines with deft fingers, her touch as light as a moonbeam. As she worked, she spoke softly of her world, her voice a soothing balm to Jax's frayed nerves. She spoke of Leora's gentle rains that sang lullabies to the earth, and the way the twin suns set the sky ablaze with colors that could only be dreamt of. Once free, Jax stood silently, unsure of how to express his gratitude. In his culture, emotions were rarely displayed, and words of thanks were considered unnecessary. But sensing Nara's sincerity, he nodded, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement. Over the following days, Nara and Jax found themselves spending more time together. Though they hailed from worlds as different as fire and ice, they shared a mutual curiosity that bridged the gap between their species. Nara introduced Jax to the wonders of Leora, the symphony of the Stardust Falls, where water cascaded over rocks that glowed with an ethereal light, and the tranquility of the moonlit meadow, where flowers bloomed under the gentle caress of the moon's light, their petals whispering secrets to the night. In return, Jax shared stories of Zorbia, a world of deep oceans and towering cliffs, where the skies were painted in hues of violet and indigo. He spoke of the Great Gathering, a time when Zorbians from across the planet would convene to share knowledge and wisdom. His tales were rich with the scent of sea breeze and the sound of waves crashing against ancient stones, painting vivid pictures of a world both mysterious and beautiful. As the two companions explored, Nara's understanding of Jax deepened. She noticed how he would pause at the edge of the Stardust Falls, his eyes reflecting the cascade of light, as if catching a glimpse of his own distant world. She began to see that beneath his stoic exterior lay a soul touched by a longing for home, a quiet yearning that resonated with her own desire to understand the universe beyond her own skies. Yet despite their growing bond, misunderstandings were inevitable. One evening, as they sat by the edge of a shimmering lake, its surface a mirror of the star-strewn sky above, Nara innocently inquired about a small, intricate pendant Jax wore, a family heirloom of great significance. Misinterpreting her curiosity as intrusion, Jax bristled, his demeanor turning cold. Hurt by his sudden withdrawal, Nara retreated, the warmth of their companionship momentarily dimmed. But it was in this moment of misunderstanding that growth blossomed. Jax, reflecting on his reaction, realized the depth of Nara's genuine interest and care. He sought her out beneath the canopy of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves danced to the tune of the evening breeze. "I apologize," Jax began, his voice a soft rumble that resonated with sincerity. "On Zorbia, such questions are deeply personal, yet I see now that you meant no harm." Nara's eyes softened, her luminescent glow returning like a dawn breaking after a long night. "We all have much to learn from each other, don't we?" she replied, her smile a gentle light in the gathering twilight. Their bond, forged in the crucible of misunderstanding, grew stronger. They faced challenges together. When a sudden storm threatened to sweep them away, they found shelter in a hidden cave, sharing stories and laughter as the storm raged outside, the wind howling like a wild beast. When the path through the Whispering Woods was blocked by a fallen tree, they worked together, combining Nara's agility with Jax's strength to clear the way, their efforts a testament to the power of unity. One day they ventured to the ancient ruins of the Elder Trees, a place of sacred history for the Lerotians. The massive trunks, gnarled with the passage of time, were etched with symbols of forgotten lore. As Jax ran his hand over the carvings, he felt a connection to the stories of old, tales of travelers and adventurers who had once walked these paths. It was here that he shared with Nara the story of his ancestors, explorers who had traversed the galaxies, seeking understanding and peace among the stars. This story, rich with the scent of ancient wood and the rustle of history, deepened their bond further, for it mirrored Nara's own dreams of discovery. As they lingered in the ruins, Nara revealed her own fears that had lingered in the shadow of her dreams. I have always longed to see the stars up close, to travel beyond Leora, but sometimes the thought of leaving everything I know terrifies me. Jax listened, his gaze steady and reassuring. Every journey begins with uncertainty, but it is in facing the unknown that we discover who we truly are. His words resonated with Nara, igniting a spark of courage within her heart. She realized that the universe was vast and full of wonders, and although it was daunting, it was also full of potential and promise. An unexpected scene unfolded one afternoon, as Nara and Jax wandered into the glimmering grotto, a hidden cavern where the walls were encrusted with luminescent crystals that pulsed with the heartbeat of the planet. Here they found an ancient artifact, a relic of the Laurentian ancestors, a celestial map etched into stone, depicting star systems and constellations unknown to even Nara. The discovery filled her with awe, a tangible piece of her people's history, connecting her to the vast cosmos she so longed to explore. This newfound knowledge deepened her resolve to one day venture beyond her home. As the days turned to weeks, the time came for Jax to return to his home. His ship, repaired with the aid of Nara and her fellow Laurentians, stood ready to take flight. As they stood by the ship, the air filled with the gentle hum of its engines, Jax turned to Nara. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with a warmth that belied his stoic nature. "Your friendship has been a light in the darkness." Nara smiled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "And you, dear Jax, have shown me the beauty of the unknown, the strength found in differences." With a final embrace, the two friends parted, knowing that the stars above would forever be a reminder of the bond they had forged on the small, unassuming planet of Leora. As Jax's ship soared into the twilight sky, a trail of light following like a comet's tail, Nara watched, her heart full of gratitude and the gentle wisdom that comes from understanding and friendship. In the end, Nara and Jax discovered that true friendship is not bound by distance or difference, but by the shared light of kindness and understanding. A light that shines brightly across the vast expanse of the universe, reminding all who see it that even amidst the infinite stars, the bonds we forge are what truly illuminate the cosmos. Story 3. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the air shimmered with the last golden light of the setting sun, lay a hidden glade known only to the oldest of creatures. This place, embraced by towering oaks and carpeted with soft moss, was a sanctuary where the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as a spider's silk. The forest was a living tapestry, each leaf and branch a thread in an intricate weave that spoke of time and mystery. A cool breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the soft murmur of the forest, as if the very land was breathing. The forest floor was a tapestry of textures, with dew-kissed ferns brushing against the ankles of any who wandered there, and the rich, loamy scent of earth rising with each step. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of pine needles and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. It was a place where the senses were heightened, where every breath was a reminder of life and renewal. Here, in this magical haven, lived a community of gentle creatures, each playing a unique role in maintaining the harmony of their world. The forest was home to Lumina, the wise old owl whose eyes glowed like twin moons, and who carried the stories of the forest in her heart. She perched high in the ancient oak, her feathers blending seamlessly with the bark, watching over all with a serene gaze. The branches of her oak were a perfect vantage point from which she could survey her beloved realm, her eyes missing nothing. Lumina was a creature of deep reflection, often spending hours contemplating the stories of the past and the lessons they held. Her wisdom was not just in her knowledge of the forest's history, but in her ability to listen to the subtle shifts in the world around her. Her heart was as vast as the sky, filled with love for her fellow creatures and the vibrant life of the forest. She believed that every creature, no matter how small, had a story worth telling, and it was her mission to ensure these stories were never forgotten. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, Lumina found herself recalling a time when the forest was threatened by an encroaching darkness, a tale told to her by her grandmother. It was a time when the creatures had banded together, their unity the key to overcoming the shadow. The memory reminded her of the power of collective strength and the importance of nurturing the bonds that tied them all together. Her mind wandered back to the expressions of hope and determination on the faces of those who had fought to protect their home. As the last rays of the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the forest began to hum with life. Fireflies danced among the leaves like tiny stars come down to play, casting their gentle glow upon the world below. The creatures of the glade, a tapestry of fur, feathers, and scales, each radiated warmth and kindness. There was Bramble, the badger with a coat as soft as the forest floor in autumn, who tended to the flowers and ensured their blooms were vibrant and plentiful. Beside him sat Willow, the gentle deer whose graceful presence seemed to weave the very air around her into a soothing melody. Bramble, with his keen sense of the earth, had a knack for understanding the needs of the soil and the plants that grew within it. His paws, though strong and capable, moved with a gentle precision, turning the earth with care. Bramble's connection to the land was profound, his heart beating in time with the rhythms of nature. He was a creature of quiet strength, his loyalty to his friends and the forest unwavering. His evenings were often spent under the starlit sky, whispering to the plants, coaxing them to grow strong and resilient. Willow, on the other hand, was the embodiment of grace and empathy. Her eyes, deep and soulful, reflected her understanding of the world and her unwavering belief in the goodness of others. She moved through the forest with a fluid elegance, her every step a testament to the harmony she sought to maintain. Her voice, whether in song or in speech, was a soothing balm to all who heard it, a melody that lingered long after the last note had faded. She was known for her gentle touch, often found comforting those who carried burdens too heavy to bear alone. Willow often took time to visit the younger creatures, sharing stories and songs that she herself had learned from the elders. She believed in the power of knowledge passed down through generations, knowing that each tale and melody was a thread in the tapestry of their shared history. Her stories were not just about the past, they were lessons in courage, kindness, and resilience, nurturing the next generation to cherish the forest and its wonders. As night descended, Lumina spread her wings and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. Tonight, dear friends, we celebrate the turning of the seasons and the balance we strive to maintain. But our harmony faces a challenge, and it is through our unity and wisdom that we shall prevail. The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fireflies. A change is upon us, Lumina continued, for the storms grow restless and the winds speak of disruption. We must seek the guidance of the seasons and learn their secrets to restore peace. The wind, a gentle giant, whispered through the branches, carrying with it the crisp scent of winter's approach mingled with the lingering warmth of summer. The creatures knew that the forest's balance was delicate, a symphony conducted by the changing seasons, each note vital to the whole. They could feel the tension in the air, a silent urging to act before the balance tipped too far. Bramble, with his keen sense of the earth, spoke up, "Perhaps we should visit the Spring of Echoes, where the waters remember the past. There we might discover the wisdom we seek." The suggestion was met with nods of agreement, and with the gentle rustle of leaves, the group embarked on their journey. The path to the spring wound through the heart of the forest, a ribbon of silver moonlight guiding their steps. As they walked, the air grew cooler, the chill a reminder of the winter to come. The leaves beneath their feet crunched softly, a gentle chorus to accompany their trek. Along the way they passed beneath canopies heavy with dew, their fragrance sweet and fresh, like promises of new beginnings. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor, a dance of illumination that seemed to pulse with life. Each step they took felt like a journey deeper into the heart of the forest's mysteries. As they walked, Willow shared stories of the forest's past seasons, her voice a soothing balm that filled the night with warmth. The forest has seen many changes, she mused, but it is our bond that has always seen us through. Her words were a reminder of the resilience that lay within them all, the strength that came from standing together. During their journey they encountered other creatures of the forest, each with their own tales and wisdom. A family of foxes paused in their play to offer a blessing of safe passage, their eyes glinting with mischief and kindness. An ancient tortoise, slow but steady, shared a tale of perseverance and the strength found in patience. Each encounter added another layer to their understanding, a piece of the puzzle that would help guide them. As they continued, they came upon an ancient tree, its gnarled roots twisting into the earth like the tendrils of time itself. This tree, known as the Sentinel, was a keeper of ancient secrets, its bark etched with the stories of ages long past. Lumina paused before it, her eyes tracing the patterns as she murmured a quiet prayer, seeking guidance from the wisdom held within. The Sentinel's presence was a reminder of the continuity of life, a testament to endurance and the passage of time. Finally, they reached the Spring of Echoes, a pool of crystalline water that mirrored the starry sky above. The surface rippled gently, singing the songs of ages long past. Lumina perched on a nearby branch, her eyes reflecting the starlight. Here within these waters, the wisdom of the ages awaits us. One by one, the creatures approached the spring, peering into its depths. The waters whispered tales of balance and harmony, of storms and sunshine, of the intricate dance between all living things. It was a reminder that each season, with its unique gifts and challenges, played a vital role in the tapestry of life. The spring spoke of cycles, of beginnings and endings, and the eternal promise of renewal. In a moment of introspection, Bramble knelt beside the spring, his reflection staring back at him. He thought of the soil he tended, realizing that nurturing the earth was akin to mending the ties that bound them all. Willow, watching him, felt a swell of pride and understanding, knowing that their individual strengths combined to form something greater than themselves. Inspired by the spring's wisdom, the creatures returned to their glade, their hearts light with newfound understanding. Together they devised a plan to restore balance. Bramble would nurture the soil to prepare it for the coming winter, while Willow would teach the younger creatures the songs of the forest, ensuring that the melodies of harmony would never fade. As the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, the creatures gathered once more, their spirits renewed. Lumina, her eyes twinkling with pride, addressed them with a voice as gentle as the morning breeze. Through our unity we have embraced the lessons of the seasons. Let our actions sing the song of balance, a melody that will guide us through any storm. The forest, cradled in the arms of ancient trees, awakened to a new day filled with promise. The creatures, their hearts bound by friendship and wisdom, knew that together they could weather any change. The sun rose higher, casting its golden warmth over the glade, and in that moment the forest sighed with contentment. And so the ancient forest, with its hidden lives and magical phenomena, continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of unity and the gentle wisdom passed down through generations. The creatures, ever vigilant and kind-hearted, lived in harmony with the world around them, their story a reminder that balance, like the seasons, is a gift to be cherished. As the seasons cycled and the years turned like pages in a well-loved book, the forest revealed more of its mysteries to those who lived within its embrace. Among these secrets was the tale of the whispering oak, a tree whose roots were said to touch the heart of the earth itself. It was said that the whispering oak could speak to those who truly listened, its voice a song of the deepest wisdom and the oldest truths. Lumina, ever curious, often visited the oak, seeking its counsel during times of uncertainty. One day, as autumn leaves painted the forest in shades of gold and crimson, a chill wind brought with it the faintest scent of change. Lumina, feeling the shift in the air, flew to the whispering oak, her wings slicing through the crisp air like whispers of the past. She perched upon its sturdy branch, her heart open to the murmurs of the ancient tree. The oak's voice, deep and resonant, spoke of a time when the forest would face a great trial, a test of its unity and resilience. It warned of a harsh winter that would demand the best of all creatures, a season that would strain the bonds of friendship and trust. Lumina listened intently, her mind racing with the weight of the prophecy. Returning to the glade, Lumina gathered the creatures and shared the oak's warning. "We must prepare," she urged, her voice steady and calm. "The winter ahead will test us, but together we are stronger than any challenge we might face." Her words ignited a spark of determination among the creatures. Bramble redoubled his efforts, his paws working tirelessly to enrich the soil and ensure that the forest's roots would find nourishment even in the coldest months. Willow's songs grew louder, her voice a beacon of hope that warmed the hearts of all who heard it. As the forest prepared for the coming winter, the creatures found strength in their shared purpose. They worked side by side, their bonds of friendship growing ever stronger. Lumina watched them with pride, knowing that the lessons of the past and the wisdom of the whispering oak would guide them through whatever lay ahead. And so, under the watchful eyes of Lumina and the nurturing embrace of the whispering oak, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of unity, the resilience of nature, and the enduring strength of friendship. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently as though in conversation with the stars, there lay a quaint little village known as Nettlebrook. The cottages of Nettlebrook were nestled snugly amidst the lush, green foliage, with chimneys that puffed out wisps of smoke like gentle sighs in the cool evening air. Lanterns flickered warmly along the cobblestone pathways, casting a golden glow that danced with the shadows of the night. In one such cottage, with ivy creeping lovingly across its stone walls, lived a young and curious girl named Mira. Her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions, and her heart brimmed with a kindness as deep as the forest itself. Mira had a knack for noticing the smallest of details, a feather caught on a breeze, the soft rustle of a leaf, the distant call of an owl. Her dearest companion was a wise old cat named Thistle, whose fur was as soft as the clouds above, and whose purrs were like a lullaby to the soul. Mira's days were filled with exploration and wonder. She would often wander the village, her feet guiding her to hidden nooks and secret paths. Her imagination was vast, painted with the colors of stories and legends whispered by the elders. One tale in particular intrigued her, the story of the Whispering Wood's guardian, a mythical being said to appear in times of great need. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Mira noticed something peculiar. The village's fountain, which usually sang with the gentle trickle of water, had fallen silent. The villagers gathered around, scratching their heads and murmuring in concern, for without its waters, the gardens of Nettlebrook would soon wither. Determined to unravel the mystery, Mira set out with Thistle padding silently beside her. They wandered down the winding path that led to the fountain's source, a small spring nestled deep within the woods. As they walked, the fragrant scent of pine filled the air, and the soft crunch of leaves beneath their feet played a soothing melody. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting an ethereal glow that guided their steps. Upon reaching the spring, Mira was greeted by a most unusual sight. A cluster of tiny, glowing creatures hovered above the water, their translucent wings shimmering like moonlit dewdrops. These were the sylphs, gentle spirits of the forest who tended to the streams and rivers, ensuring they flowed with life-giving water. "Greetings, dear sylphs," Mira called softly, careful not to startle them. "Might you know why the fountain has fallen silent?" The sylphs fluttered in a gentle dance, their voices a blend of whispers and chiming bells. "A curious thing has happened, young Mira," they replied in unison. "A stone has lodged itself in the spring, blocking the water's flow. We are too small to move it, but perhaps with your help, the water can sing once more." Mira knelt beside the spring, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the stone. It was no ordinary rock, she realized, but one that shimmered with a faint, magical light. Thistle, with his keen eyes, observed the scene with interest, his tail flicking thoughtfully. "Let me try something," Mira said, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, recalling the lessons taught to her by the village's wise elder, Old Willow. He had often spoken of the magic that lies within a pure heart and a clear mind. With a soft hum, Mira traced her fingers over the stone, feeling its warmth, its pulse. She imagined the water flowing freely, the gardens blooming once more, the villagers smiling as they tended to their plants. The stone began to glow brighter, responding to her thoughts, until suddenly, with a gentle pop, it lifted into the air and floated to the side. The spring bubbled to life, the water gushing forth with a joyous melody. The sylphs twirled in delight, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. Mira beamed with happiness, her heart lightened by the simple act of helping. "Thank you, Mira," the sylphs sang, their voices carrying on the breeze. "You have shown great wisdom and kindness. The village will thrive, and the forest will remember your name." As they turned to leave, one of the older sylphs, with wings that shimmered in shades of twilight, approached Mira. "There is a deeper magic in these woods, child," it whispered. "Should you ever need guidance, simply listen to the whispers of the forest. They will lead you true." Mira and Thistle made their way back to the village, where the fountain now danced with sparkling water under the moon's gentle gaze. The villagers rejoiced, their worries washed away by the return of the fountain's song. They gathered around Mira, their eyes bright with gratitude and admiration. As the night wore on, Mira sat by the fire in her cozy cottage, Thistle curled up beside her, his purrs a soothing rhythm against the crackling logs. She thought of the sylphs, of the magic that flowed through the forest, and of the simple joy found in helping others. Later that night, Mira found herself unable to sleep, her mind filled with the day's events and the sylphs' parting words. She rose quietly, careful not to disturb Thistle, and stepped outside. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of wood smoke and the promise of winter. She walked to the edge of the woods, where the trees stood like silent sentinels. Closing her eyes, Mira listened to the whispers of the forest. The gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, the soft hum of life around her. In those whispers she heard a promise of future adventures, of mysteries yet to unfold, and a reminder that she was never truly alone. The following day, Mira awoke to find a thin veil of mist blanketing Nettlebrook, the morning sun casting a soft, golden hue across the village. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of damp moss and fresh earth. She decided to visit Old Willow, whose wisdom and stories often provided her with comfort and insight. Old Willow's cottage was at the far end of the village, nestled under a large oak tree that towered above with branches that seemed to embrace the sky. The interior was a treasure trove of curiosities, shelves lined with jars of herbs, books filled with ancient lore, and trinkets collected from distant lands. The old man sat in his creaky chair, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many lifetimes. "Mira, dear child," he greeted with a warm smile, his voice as smooth as aged honey. "What brings you here so early?" Mira recounted her adventure from the previous night, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and mystery. Old Willow listened intently, nodding at times, his fingers idly tracing patterns on the armrest of his chair. "You have tapped into the essence of the woods, Mira," he said thoughtfully. "The Whispering Woods have always been a place of wonder, a sanctuary for those who listen with their hearts. Remember, magic is not just about spells and incantations. It is in the kindness you show, the courage you muster, and the connections you forge." Feeling enlightened by Old Willow's words, Mira thanked him and returned home, her heart swelling with newfound purpose. She began to notice the subtle magic in everyday life, the way the sun illuminated the dewdrops on leaves, the laughter of children playing in the village square, and the gentle rustling of the wind carrying secrets through the trees. As the days turned into weeks, Mira continued her explorations, each step a new page in her unfolding story. She learned to read the patterns in the stars, guided by Thistle, who, with his mysterious feline wisdom, always seemed to know when she needed guidance. Together they discovered hidden glades, befriended creatures both large and small, and unraveled the tales woven into the fabric of Nettlebrook. In these adventures, Mira found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. She learned to balance her curiosity with caution, her eagerness with patience, and her dreams with responsibility. Each challenge she faced brought her closer to understanding the delicate dance of magic and reality that existed within her world. One day, while exploring a part of the woods she had never ventured into, Mira stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. Thistle, ever curious, prowled around the stones, his whiskers twitching with intrigue. Feeling a pull she couldn't quite explain, Mira sat in the center of the circle. The air was thick with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. As she closed her eyes, she sensed a connection to the earth beneath her, to the stories of those who had come before. The stones seemed to hum with a song only her heart could hear. Visions of the village's past unfolded before her, a tapestry of generations who had lived, loved, and learned in harmony with the land. She saw the struggles and triumphs, the laughter and tears, and felt a deep sense of belonging. As the vision faded, Mira understood that she was a part of something much bigger than herself. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. She rose with a gentle determination, knowing she would carry these lessons forward, sharing them with those who would listen. On a particularly chilly morning, Mira encountered a new challenge. The village council, composed of the elders of Nettlebrook, had gathered to discuss the growing concern of the encroaching bramble thicket, a patch of wild, thorny bushes that threatened to overrun the village's beloved gardens. The thicket, once a small patch of undergrowth, had begun to spread at an alarming rate, its tendrils creeping into the heart of the village. Mira volunteered to investigate, her heart set on finding a solution. She ventured into the woods with Thistle, following the path to the thicket. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the sharp tang of the brambles. As they approached, Mira noticed the thicket seemed almost alive, its branches twisting and curling as if reaching for the sunlight. Determined to understand the cause of its rapid growth, Mira knelt beside the roots and placed her hands on the cool, damp soil. She closed her eyes, seeking the whispers of the forest for guidance. Images began to form in her mind, of a time when the thicket had been a vibrant part of the ecosystem, its berries providing nourishment for creatures in the woods. Realizing that the balance had been disturbed, Mira understood that the thicket was reacting to some unseen change. With Thistle by her side, she explored the surrounding area, eventually discovering a network of underground springs that had been disrupted by a fallen tree. The blockage had diverted water away from the thicket's natural habitat, causing it to seek nourishment elsewhere. With the help of the village, Mira organized a plan to restore the natural flow of the springs. They worked together to clear the fallen debris, allowing the water to once again nourish the thicket and its surroundings. As the water began to flow, the brambles seemed to sigh with relief, their growth slowing as balance was restored. The village celebrated Mira's success, grateful for her insight and determination. The gardens of Nettlebrook flourished once more, and the thicket settled back into its rightful place within the forest. Mira's actions had not only saved the gardens, but had also strengthened the bond between the village and the woods. As the seasons changed and the crisp air of autumn began to give way to the first whispers of winter, Mira found herself drawn once more to the mysterious stone circle she had discovered. With Thistle by her side, she ventured back to the clearing, her heart filled with curiosity and a sense of anticipation. The circle stood as she remembered, its ancient stones casting long shadows in the fading light of the afternoon. As Mira approached, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a delicate pattern of frost that had formed on the surface of the stones, shimmering in the pale sunlight like a web of stardust. She reached out, tracing the patterns with her fingers, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from the stones despite the chill in the air. As she stood there, the world around her seemed to fade away, leaving only the soft hum of the stones and the steady beat of her heart. In that moment, Mira understood that the circle was more than just a relic of the past. It was a gateway to the wisdom and magic that flowed through the whispering woods. She felt a deep connection to the land, to the generations who had walked before her, and to the mysteries that still awaited discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira made her way back to the village, her mind alive with possibilities and her heart filled with hope. She knew that her journey was far from over, but with each step, she embraced the mysteries and wonders that lay ahead, knowing that the whispers of the forest would always guide her true. Story 5. In the sleepy village of Willowbrook, where the gentle, rolling hills cradled a peaceful community by a shimmering, winding river, there existed an air of timeless tranquility. The village, with its charming thatched cottages and lush meadows, was a place where life moved with the rhythm of nature, unhurried and harmonious. At its heart stood an ancient willow tree, its branches sprawling protectively over the village square. It was under this tree that the villagers gathered for both jubilant festivals and quiet reflections, feeling the tree's age-old wisdom seep into their bones. Clara, a bright-eyed young girl with a curious spirit, lived at the edge of this tranquil village in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, revered as the wisest woman in Willowbrook. The cottage itself was a treasure trove of stories, filled with books whose pages whispered tales of far-off lands and ancient mysteries. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with lavender lingered in the air, and the floors creaked underfoot, telling their own stories of the generations that had tread them. The windows offered a view into the ever-changing tapestry of the seasons, each one painting the world anew with its palette of colors. One misty morning, as the first rays of the sun began to gild the horizon, Clara awoke to the comforting crackle of the hearth fire and the sweet aroma of cinnamon and honey. Her grandmother's voice, ever gentle yet powerful, called her to the kitchen. "Clara, my dear," she said, a twinkle dancing in her wise old eyes, "it's time you learned about the secret of our family." Seated at the well-worn wooden table, Clara traced the grooves with her fingers, feeling both intrigued and a little nervous. Her grandmother placed a small, unassuming key into her hand. It was crafted from a peculiar metal that gleamed in the soft morning light, its cool, smooth surface sending a shiver of anticipation up Clara's spine. "This key," her grandmother explained, "is no ordinary key. It unlocks a world of wonders, but only if you are willing to see beyond the ordinary." Clara's curiosity was piqued. "But where does it lead, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a mixture of wonder and trepidation. Her grandmother responded with a mysterious smile, her eyes reflecting the boundless wisdom and untold stories she carried. "To find the door it opens, you must first open your heart and trust in the journey." With these words, a gentle warmth spread through Clara, a tiny flame kindling within her heart. She slipped the key safely into the pocket of her dress, its weight a constant reminder of the promise it held, and set off on her adventure. She waved goodbye to her grandmother, who watched her with a blend of pride and love. As Clara wandered through the village, the world seemed to shimmer with a newfound vibrancy. The soft breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, a sweet, earthy perfume that filled her senses, while the birds sang sweet melodies in the trees, their songs a harmonious symphony of nature. She greeted familiar faces along the way, from the baker with flour-dusted hands who gifted her a warm, crusty roll, to the blacksmith with his booming laugh and soot-streaked apron, each one adding a note to the melody of village life. Her journey led her to the edge of the village, where the ancient willow tree stood sentinel. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart as she approached the tree, its branches swaying gracefully in the breeze, whispering secrets in a language only the wind understood. She circled the trunk, her fingers brushing over the rough bark, until she found a small, hidden door at its base, worn with time and covered in soft, velvety moss. The key in her pocket seemed to hum with anticipation. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the key into the lock, and it turned smoothly with a soft, reassuring click. The door creaked open to reveal a narrow spiral staircase, winding down into the earth, each step echoing with the promise of discovery. Clara descended the stairs, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and sweet, blooming flowers. Tiny glowing orbs floated around her, casting a gentle light that illuminated her path and danced like fireflies in the dimness. At the bottom of the staircase, Clara stepped into a magnificent underground chamber. The walls were adorned with intricate mosaics depicting stories of old, their colors vivid and alive, telling tales of heroes and forgotten realms. A gentle river of light flowed through the center, casting shimmering reflections on the ceiling, creating a dazzling canopy of stars. In the center of the chamber stood a small pedestal, upon which rested a simple but beautifully crafted wooden box. Clara approached it with reverence, sensing the importance of the moment. As she opened the box, a soft, melodious tune filled the air, and a delicate glow enveloped her. Suddenly, Clara found herself surrounded by 3 ethereal figures, each exuding a unique aura. The first was a wise old owl, its feathers shimmering like silver moonlight, eyes like twin lanterns in the dark. The second was a gentle doe, her eyes deep and knowing, embodying grace and serenity. The third was a playful squirrel, with fur as bright as autumn leaves, its energy boundless and infectious. The owl spoke first, its voice resonant and soothing, echoing off the chamber walls like a distant, comforting memory. Clara, you have unlocked the way to the heart of Willowbrook. We are here to guide you, but first, you must understand what lies within you. The doe nodded, her gaze tender and compassionate, radiating warmth that touched Clara's heart. Your journey is not just to discover what lies hidden here, but to discover the strength and wisdom within yourself. The squirrel chattered excitedly, darting around Clara with boundless energy, its laughter a joyous melody. And don't forget to have fun. Adventure is about joy and laughter, too. Clara felt a sense of peace wash over her. She realized that the true magic was not in the key or the chamber, but in the journey itself and the lessons she was learning along the way. As the figures spoke, the chamber around her began to transform. The walls shimmered and shifted, revealing scenes of Clara's life, moments of joy and laughter, of challenges and triumphs, of love and friendship. She saw herself not just as the girl who lived in a small village, but as someone capable of great kindness and courage. The owl spoke again, its voice gentle and wise. Remember, Clara, the world is full of wonders if you look with open eyes and an open heart. With these words, the figures began to fade, their presence lingering like a comforting embrace. Clara closed the box and the chamber returned to its original state, but she felt changed, as if a new light had been kindled within her. Clara climbed the staircase back to the surface, her heart light and her spirit lifted. As she emerged from beneath the willow tree, the village greeted her with a warm, golden glow, as if welcoming her back home. Her grandmother awaited her with open arms, her eyes shining with pride. "Welcome back, my dear," she said, wrapping Clara in a gentle hug. "I knew you would find your way." In the days that followed, Clara found herself more attuned to the world around her. She began to notice the subtle shifts in the seasons, the way the river sang different songs with each passing day, and how the village seemed to breathe with its own quiet rhythm. These were the secrets of Willowbrook, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone with open eyes and a willing heart to discover them. One afternoon, as Clara sat by the riverbank, her thoughts drifted back to the underground chamber. The images of the owl, the doe, and the squirrel lingered in her mind, each representing a part of herself she had only just begun to understand. She realized that each figure symbolized a guiding principle: wisdom, compassion, and joy. Clara felt a sense of gratitude for their guidance, knowing they would continue to be her companions in spirit. Inspired by her adventure, Clara began to share her newfound insights with the villagers. She organized storytelling gatherings under the ancient willow tree, where tales were woven from threads of imagination and truth. The villagers listened enchanted as Clara spoke of the wonders that lay hidden just beneath the surface of everyday life. As Clara's stories spread, the village of Willowbrook blossomed with renewed vitality. The baker experimented with new recipes, infusing his bread with wild herbs and spices, while the blacksmith crafted intricate designs into his work, each piece telling its own story. The villagers found inspiration in Clara's journey, discovering their own paths to wonder and magic. One evening, as the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm, golden light over the village, Clara and her grandmother sat under the ancient willow tree, surrounded by the gentle whispers of the leaves and the soft murmur of the river. They watched as the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Clara knew that her journey was just beginning, full of endless possibilities and the promise of new adventures. In Willowbrook, where the ordinary held extraordinary secrets, Clara's heart remained open to the wonders of life, guided by wisdom, kindness, and the enduring magic of friendship. And so, as the village thrived, the ancient willow tree stood as a testament to the power of seeing beyond the ordinary, welcoming all who dared to dream. Story 6. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, emerald forest, there lay a village named Willowbrook. Nestled between towering trees and shimmering streams, it was a place where magic danced lightly in the air, like dappled sunlight through the leaves. The villagers, gentle souls with warm smiles and hearty laughter, lived harmoniously with nature and the mystical creatures that called the forest home. In this peaceful village, a curious mystery began to unfold. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens in a state of delightful disarray. Sunflowers turned to face the moon, rose bushes arranged in spirals, and vines intricately braided around the lampposts. It was as if the gardens were hosting a secret nighttime celebration, leaving everyone puzzled yet enchanted. The villagers, though intrigued, were never troubled, for they knew that Willowbrook was a place of wonder. Nonetheless, they desired to understand the source of this garden magic. Thus they turned to Lily, a thoughtful and observant young girl with a heart as bright as the morning sun and a mind as sharp as the chill of an autumn breeze. Lily accepted the challenge with a smile, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. She took a deep breath, savoring the crisp scent of pine and earth, and set out to unravel the mystery. Her first task was to seek the counsel of the wise old owl, Orion, who resided in a great oak tree at the edge of the village. Under the boughs of the mighty oak, Lily found Orion perched serenely, his feathered brow furrowed in contemplation. "Ah, young Lily," he hooted softly, his voice warm and deep. "You wish to solve the riddle of the dancing gardens." "Yes, Orion," Lily replied, her voice hushed with respect. I hope to understand the magic at play." Orion's golden eyes twinkled with amusement. "Magic and mystery often walk hand in hand, my dear. Observe with your heart as well as your eyes, and the truth will reveal itself." With Orion's words echoing in her mind, Lily began her vigil. As twilight descended, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, she settled into a quiet nook in the heart of the village, hidden from view but with a clear sight of the gardens. The night unfolded its starry blanket, and a soft whisper of wind rustled through the trees. Lily watched patiently as the world around her seemed to hold its breath. Then, just as the moon reached its zenith, the mystery began to unravel. From the shadows emerged a delicate troop of moon sprites, their silvery wings shimmering like liquid starlight. They flitted gracefully through the gardens, their laughter like the tinkling of crystal bells. With gentle hands, they coaxed the flowers into new arrangements, weaving patterns of beauty under the watchful gaze of the moon. Lily's heart swelled with wonder and understanding. The moon sprites were caretakers of the night, lending their artistry to the world while the village slept. Their work was a gift, a reminder of the beauty and magic that thrived in the quiet corners of the world. As the first light of dawn began to caress the horizon, the moon sprites fluttered away, leaving behind a garden transformed. Lily emerged from her hiding place, carrying with her the secret she had uncovered. She knew she must share this revelation with the villagers, not to dispel the mystery, but to celebrate it. Gathering the villagers around the village square, Lily recounted her nocturnal adventure, her voice soft and soothing like a gentle lullaby. She spoke of the moon sprites and their nightly dance, of the magic that wove through their sleepy hamlet like threads of gold. The villagers listened in rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the tale. They realized that magic was not something to be solved or captured, but cherished and respected. From that day forward, they welcomed the moon sprites with open hearts and grateful smiles, leaving small offerings of honey and sweet berries as tokens of their appreciation. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, the gardens continued to dance beneath the moon's silver light, a testament to the quiet magic of the world and the gentle wisdom of a young girl named Lily. As the years passed, the tale of the moon sprites became a beloved bedtime story, told in hushed tones by crackling fires, a gentle reminder that understanding often begins with the heart. And in the embrace of the forest, the villagers and the moon sprites lived in harmony, bound by a shared secret and a world of wonder. In this way, the mystery of the gardens was not merely solved, but celebrated, leaving behind a legacy of magic and friendship that would bloom forevermore. And every night, as the villagers drifted into slumber, they knew that the moon sprites would be there, weaving their dreams into the fabric of the night, ensuring that Willowbrook remained a place of peace, beauty, and gentle enchantment. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy realm where wonder danced through the air, there lived a kind-hearted young rabbit named Willow. Willow's world was a tapestry of enchantment, where towering mushroom houses dotted the moss-carpeted forest floor, and glimmering fireflies illuminated the twilight hours. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was gathering wildflowers for her mother's birthday bouquet, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant petals of the forget-me-nots had faded to a pale blue, and the daffodils drooped as if weary. Concerned, Willow hurried home to seek guidance from her wise friend, Oakley the ancient oak tree. As she approached Oakley's towering form, she noticed a strange haze lingering in the air, like a gossamer veil shrouding the forest. "Oakley, something odd is happening," Willow called out. The flowers seemed to be losing their color and vitality. Oakley's deep, rumbling voice echoed through the branches. "Ah, young Willow, you have keen eyes. A peculiar magic is afoot, one that saps the vibrancy from our beloved woodlands. We must unravel this mystery before their enchantment fades entirely." With Oakley's guidance, Willow embarked on a quest to uncover the source of this strange occurrence. She consulted with the whispering winds, the babbling brooks, and even the mischievous pixies who dwelled in the hollows of ancient trees. Yet no one could provide a clear answer. Just when Willow's hope began to wane, a chance encounter with a friendly gnome named Thistle shed light on the mystery. Thistle, with his twinkling eyes and a warm smile, revealed that deep within the heart of the forest dwelled a reclusive unicorn named Aurelia. Aurelia's magic was intertwined with the vibrant hues of nature, and her sadness was the cause of the fading colors. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Willow and Thistle ventured deep into the forest, guided by the soft glow of Aurelia's aura. There in a secluded glade they found the majestic unicorn, her once radiant coat dulled and her eyes heavy with sorrow. With gentle words and a compassionate heart, Willow approached Aurelia, offering her friendship and a listening ear. Aurelia confided that she had grown lonely in her solitude, her magic reflecting the melancholy within her heart. Inspired by Willow's kindness, the forest creatures rallied together, determined to lift Aurelia's spirits. The squirrels gathered acorns and pine cones, weaving them into intricate garlands. The birds serenaded with their sweetest melodies, and the butterflies performed an aerial dance, their wings shimmering like jewels in the dappled sunlight. Slowly but surely, Aurelia's sorrow melted away, replaced by joy and wonder at the beauty surrounding her. As her spirit lifted, her magic blossomed once more, restoring the vibrant hues to the forest. The forget-me-nots regained their vivid blue, the daffodils stood tall and proud, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with renewed enchantment. From that day forth, Aurelia embraced the companionship of her forest friends, and her magic flowed freely, nurturing the woodland realm with its radiant splendor. Willow, too, had learned a valuable lesson that true magic lies not only in the wonders around us, but also in the bonds of friendship and the warmth of a kind heart. And so, as the embers of the fire crackled softly, and the night breeze whispered through the trees, Willow and her forest companions would gather to share tales of their adventures, their laughter and joy echoing through the enchanted woods, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, love and wonder could always find a way to bloom. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, there existed a world veiled from the hurried eyes of humans. This forest, known as the Sylvan Hollow, was a place where the roots of time stretched deep, intertwining with the veins of magic that pulsed beneath the earth. Here, the seasons were not mere divisions of the year, but living entities that danced through the woodlands, each with its own rhythm and story. As the first light of dawn kissed the canopy, the forest awoke with a gentle rustle. Leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the air was sweet with the earthy perfume of moss and damp wood. In this enchanted grove, creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, guided by the ancient wisdom of the elder tree, an immense oak whose branches seemed to hold up the sky. The elder tree was more than just a tree, it was the heart of Sylvan Hollow, a sentinel of balance and wisdom. Its bark was etched with the lines of countless stories, and its leaves murmured the songs of time. At its roots lay a gathering of creatures, rabbits, foxes, birds of every color, and more, all meeting to share stories and learn from the ages past. Among these creatures was a gentle deer named Fawn, whose coat was the color of autumn leaves. Fawn was known for her kind heart and her curiosity about the world beyond the forest. She would often venture to the edge of Sylvan Hollow, peering into the unknown with wide, wondering eyes. But it was not just the creatures of fur and feather that called this place home. There were beings of a different kind, spirits who danced in the moonlit glades and whispered in the rustling leaves. They were the guardians of change, the keepers of the seasons, and each had their role to play. As the days grew shorter and the air crisp, the spirit of autumn, known as Cider, began her work. She was a presence of warmth and color, painting the leaves in shades of amber and gold, infusing the air with the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. Her touch was a gentle reminder of the cycle of life, of endings that made way for new beginnings. One day, as Fawn wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon Cider in a sun-dappled clearing. The spirit was weaving a tapestry of leaves, each one a part of a grand design that only she could see. "Hello, Fawn," Cider greeted, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "What brings you here today?" Fawn bowed her head respectfully. "I was hoping to learn more about the balance of our home. The forest is changing, and I wish to understand better." Cider smiled, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 sunsets. "Ah, balance is the dance of life, dear Fawn. It is found in the harmony of the seasons, in the ebb and flow of time. Come, let me show you." With a gentle nod, Fawn followed Cider through the forest. They passed under arches of brilliant leaves, their footsteps silent on the soft earth. As they walked, Cider spoke of the forest cycles, the way the trees shed their leaves to rest and renew, how the streams flowed with the rhythm of the rains, and how each creature played its part in the great symphony of life. Fawn listened intently, her heart swelling with every word. She saw the forest anew, not just as a collection of trees and creatures, but as a living, breathing tapestry of interwoven threads. As they reached the elder tree, Cider paused. "Here lies the wisdom of ages, Fawn. It teaches us that every end is but a new beginning, that every challenge holds a lesson. This is the balance we must cherish and protect." Fawn gazed up at the mighty oak, feeling the weight of its wisdom. "I think I understand," she said softly. "The forest is not just our home, it is a part of us, and we are a part of it." Cider nodded, her form shimmering with the colors of twilight. "Indeed, dear Fawn, remember this always, and you will walk with wisdom." With that, Cider faded into the breeze, leaving Fawn alone beneath the sprawling branches. The young deer felt a newfound sense of peace, her heart aligned with the rhythms of the forest. As the days turned to weeks, Fawn shared her newfound wisdom with her fellow creatures. She spoke of balance and harmony, of the importance of living in tune with the world around them. Her words were like seeds, taking root in the hearts of those who listened. Winter came, cloaking the forest in a blanket of snow. Yet even in the cold there was warmth, a promise of spring whispered in the crackling of the fire and the soft glow of the moon. The creatures of Sylvan Hollow huddled together, their spirits bright with the knowledge that they were stewards of a precious world, bound by love and shared purpose. And so the forest continued its eternal dance, each season a note in the melody of life. The lessons of the elder tree endured, passed down through the generations, ensuring that Sylvan Hollow remained a haven of peace and harmony, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred into a wondrous dream. As the stars twinkled above, Fawn lay beneath the canopy, her heart full and her spirit light. She understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in its beauty, but in its balance, a delicate thread woven through every leaf and creature, binding them all together in a tapestry of life. And in that understanding, she found a contentment deeper than the roots of the elder tree itself. Story 9. In a far-off corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced in the silver glow of twin moons, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a vibrant world where crystalline trees shimmered like rainbows, and rivers sang as they wound their way through emerald valleys. On this enchanting planet lived a gentle being named Arlo, whose skin glimmered with the soft light of the stars above. Arlo's people, the Luminarians, were known for their peaceful nature and deep wisdom, gathered over millennia spent in harmony with their world. One serene evening, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Arlo sat beside a crackling fire, surrounded by the soothing hum of the forest. His heart was a tranquil sea, but a longing for adventure tugged at his thoughts like the gentle pull of the tides. Little did he know, his wish was about to be granted in the most unexpected way. From the velvety darkness of space, a ship appeared, its sleek form cutting through the night sky with the grace of a shooting star. The vessel was from Zorathia, a neighboring planet known for its rugged landscapes and hardy inhabitants. On board was Nyla, a spirited Zorathian explorer with scales that shone like copper under the sun's embrace. Nyla's species, the Zorathians, were famed for their strength and resilience, yet beneath their sturdy exteriors lay hearts as warm as gold. As Nyla's ship descended with a gentle whir, Arlo watched with wide eyes, curiosity sparkling like the dew on morning leaves. When the ship touched down, Nyla emerged, her eyes scanning the strange, beautiful land. She had come seeking new knowledge and perhaps a friend. Their first meeting was marked by a series of comical misunderstandings. Arlo, with his serene and measured speech, found Nyla's directness both startling and intriguing. Nyla, on the other hand, struggled to comprehend Arlo's poetic expressions, mistaking his pauses for reluctance. Yet beneath these initial challenges, both sensed a kindred spirit. Determined to bridge the gap, Arlo invited Nyla to explore the wonders of Luminara. Together they wandered through fields of luminescent flowers that whispered secrets of old and climbed hills that offered vistas of endless beauty. As they journeyed, they shared stories of their worlds, their dreams, and their hopes, weaving a tapestry of understanding that grew stronger with each passing day. Their bond was truly tested when a sudden storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling like a pack of wild wolves. As rain poured from the sky, turning the earth into a treacherous mire, Nyla's ship was damaged, stranding her far from home. Anxiety flickered in her eyes, but Arlo remained a steady presence, his calm voice a beacon in the chaos. Together, they devised a plan. Nyla used her technical skills to repair the ship, while Arlo gathered materials from the forest, guided by the whispers of the trees. Under the shelter of a great crystal oak, they worked side by side, their differences blending into a symphony of harmony. In the quiet moments between their labor, Arlo and Nyla found solace in each other's company. They laughed about their initial misunderstandings and marveled at how those very differences had brought them closer. Through shared challenges, they discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond that transcends words, born of trust and mutual respect. With dawn's gentle arrival, the storm relented, leaving the air crisp and fresh. Nyla's ship, now gleaming under the soft light of the moons, was ready to journey once more. But as she prepared to leave, a new understanding settled in her heart, one that spoke of the enduring nature of true friendship. Standing at the edge of the forest, Nyla turned to Arlo, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice a tender breeze. "For your patience, your wisdom, and for showing me the beauty of your world." Arlo smiled, his light shimmering like the first morning star. "And thank you, dear Nyla, for your courage and your strength. May our paths cross again under the light of these twin moons." With a gentle hum, the ship ascended, leaving behind a trail of stardust. Arlo watched until it became a mere speck against the vast tapestry of the sky. Though Nyla was gone, her presence lingered in his heart, a warm reminder that even the most unlikely companions could forge a friendship as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, under the canopy of 1,000 twinkling lights, Arlo sat by the fire once more, the peaceful song of the forest enveloping him like a beloved friend. He closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that the universe was vast, yet small enough to bring together those who were meant to find each other. In the heart of Luminara, where dreams took flight on whispering winds, Arlo knew that true friendship was a journey, not a destination, a journey that he and Nyla would cherish forever, bound by the stardust of their shared adventures. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled within a lush, emerald valley, there was a young girl named Layla. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of starlight, and her heart brimmed with the warmth of 1,000 sunrises. Layla lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her tales of the old and her gentle hands that could coax life from the earth. The village was surrounded by the whispering woods, a forest said to be enchanted. It whispered secrets with the breeze, and its leaves sang songs of ages past. Layla loved the woods, she felt their stories, and longed to understand their mysteries. She would often wander along the beaten paths, her fingers grazing the ancient bark of towering trees, her ears attuned to the soft symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds. One day, as Leela explored deeper into the woods than she ever had before, she stumbled upon something curious. Nestled between the roots of an old oak tree was a glimmering stone, unlike anything she had seen. It was smooth and iridescent, with colors that danced in the sunlight like the surface of a tranquil pond, disturbed by a gentle breeze. Layla picked up the stone, feeling its cool, soothing weight in her palm. As she did, a strange sensation washed over her, as if the forest itself was embracing her with an unseen warmth. She felt a connection to the woods that she couldn't quite explain, a sense of belonging that resonated deep within her soul. Intrigued, Leela took the stone back to her grandmother, who listened with kind eyes as Leela recounted her discovery. Her grandmother's face softened into a knowing smile, and she gently took the stone from Leela's hand, examining it with the reverence of one who understands the hidden language of magic. "This, my dear," her grandmother said, "is a heartstone. It is a rare and precious gift from the forest. Legends say that it holds the power to reveal the hidden heart of the world and guide its bearer to the truth they seek." Leela's eyes widened with wonder. "What truth do I seek, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper, as if afraid the mere utterance might scare away the magic. Her grandmother chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "That, my dear, is for you to discover. But remember, the greatest truths are often found not by looking outward, but by looking within." And so began Layla's journey. With the heartstone in hand, she ventured into the woods each day, exploring paths unknown and secrets untold. The stone guided her, its light leading her to places she had never imagined. She discovered hidden glades where the air was thick with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and clear streams that sang as they danced over mossy stones. One day the heartstone led her to a part of the forest she had never seen, where the trees grew close and the canopy above wove an intricate tapestry of light and shadow. There she met a fox, its fur as red as the setting sun, and its eyes bright with intelligence. The fox regarded her with a curious tilt of its head. "Hello, little traveler," the fox spoke, its voice smooth like polished wood. "What brings you to this hidden corner of the world?" Leela, though surprised by the speaking fox, felt no fear. The heartstone glowed warmly in her hand, as if assuring her of the fox's good nature. "I seek the truth of the heartstone," she replied. "It guides me, but I do not yet understand what it wishes me to find." The fox nodded, its eyes wise and knowing. "The heartstone shows what is hidden, but it is your heart that must see. Follow me, and perhaps your path will become clearer." Together, Layla and the fox ventured deeper into the woods. The fox led her to a clearing where the trees stood tall and noble, their branches arching like the vaulted ceiling of a grand cathedral. In the center of the clearing, a pool of water shimmered, reflecting the sky above like a liquid mirror. The fox paused at the edge of the pool. "Look into the water and see what lies beneath the surface," it instructed. Leela knelt beside the pool and peered into its depths. At first, she saw only her own reflection and the gentle sway of leaves above. But as she gazed deeper, the water began to swirl, revealing images that danced like shadows on a wall. She saw the village, her grandmother tending the garden, the villagers going about their daily lives. She saw the forest, alive with creatures and vibrant with magic. And she saw herself standing at a crossroads, with paths stretching out in all directions. "The heartstone reveals the heart of the world," the fox said softly. "And the heart of the world is you, Leela. All that you seek, all that you wish to know, lies within you. The journey is yours to take, but you are never alone." Layla pondered the fox's words, feeling the weight and truth of them settle into her heart. She realized that her journey was not just about exploring the forest, but about exploring herself, her hopes, her dreams, her place in the world. With newfound clarity, Layla thanked the fox for its guidance. "I will not forget what you've taught me," she promised, her voice strong and sure. The fox smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "Your heart will guide you as it always has. Trust in it, and you will find your way." As Layla made her way back through the woods, the heartstone glowed with a steady, comforting light. The whispers of the forest seemed to sing a song just for her, a melody of belonging and peace. When she returned home, her grandmother embraced her, her touch as warm and reassuring as the sunlit earth. Layla knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready for whatever lay ahead. She had learned that the greatest magic of all was the magic within her own heart, and with it, she could face any challenge, overcome any obstacle, and find her place in the world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the starlit sky, Layla drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the forest, her dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow and the endless possibilities it held. The end. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a forest that seemed to have emerged from the pages of a forgotten fairy tale, there existed a world where the whispers of the wind carried ancient secrets, and the rustle of leaves sang songs of bygone ages. This forest, known to the few who wandered its edges as Verdant Hollow, was nestled in a secluded valley shrouded by mist and mystery. Here the natural world thrived in perfect harmony, each creature and plant playing its part in a symphony of life. As the morning sun peeked over the forest canopy, it dappled the ground with flecks of golden light, awakening the creatures of Verdant Hollow. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle hum of bees floated on the breeze, busy with their morning tasks. Among the trees, a family of deer grazed quietly, their coats glistening with dew, while squirrels scurried up the trunks, their tiny paws pattering like raindrops. In the heart of the forest, where the trees grew tallest and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets, there lay a hidden glen. In this sacred space, a great oak tree stood, its trunk wide enough to shelter a small family of foxes. This oak was ancient beyond measure, its boughs heavy with the wisdom of countless seasons. The locals called it the Elder Oak, for it had watched over Verdant Hollow since time immemorial, its roots winding deep into the earth, connecting the forest to the very heartbeat of the world. On this particular morning, a gentle creature named Lysandra awoke beneath the Elder Oak's sprawling branches. Lysandra was a fox, but not just any fox. She was the keeper of the forest's secrets. Her fur was a rich auburn that glimmered with flecks of gold, a gift from the sun itself, or so the stories said. Her eyes, a deep, knowing green, reflected the wisdom of the forest and the gentle kindness that resided within her heart. Lysandra stretched and yawned, her breath visible in the cool morning air. Today was a special day, for it marked the beginning of the season of whispers, a time when the natural balance of the forest was celebrated and renewed. During this season, the creatures of Verdant Hollow came together to share stories and knowledge passed down through generations, ensuring that the wisdom of the forest would never be lost. As Lysandra padded softly through the glen, she was joined by her dear friend Bramble, a wise old badger with a coat as gray as the mist that often lingered in the forest. Bramble had lived through more seasons than any creature could count, and his knowledge of the forest was rivaled only by the Elder Oak itself. "Good morning, Lysandra," Bramble greeted her with a nod, his voice deep and soothing as the river that wound through the hollow. "Are you ready for the gathering of whispers?" Lysandra nodded, her eyes bright with anticipation. "I am, Bramble. I can feel the energy of the forest, the stories waiting to be told, and the lessons ready to be learned." Together they made their way to the clearing where the gathering of whispers would take place. Along the way they were joined by other creatures of the forest, rabbits with ears perked in curiosity, birds with feathers iridescent in the morning light, and even the elusive lynx who walked with the grace of the twilight shadows. The clearing was a natural amphitheater, surrounded by a ring of towering trees that formed a protective embrace. As the sun climbed higher, its light filtered through the leaves, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the forest floor. The creatures settled in, their eyes and ears attuned to the stories that would soon unfold. As the keeper of the secrets, it was Lysandra's role to begin the gathering. She stepped forward, her heart full of gratitude for the forest and its inhabitants. "Welcome, friends, to the gathering of whispers," she began, her voice carrying a melody as sweet as the song of the nightingale. "We come together in this sacred place to celebrate the harmony of our home and to share the wisdom that binds us." She paused, letting the stillness of the forest fill the space between her words. "Our forest is a tapestry woven from the threads of our lives, each one as important as the next. It is through understanding and respecting these threads that we maintain the balance and beauty of Verdant Hollow." As Lysandra spoke, the creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the messages that would guide them through the seasons to come. One by one they shared their stories, tales of bravery and kindness, of challenges overcome through friendship and wisdom. An elder owl spoke of the time when the forest was threatened by a fierce storm, and how the creatures banded together to protect their home. A young hare recounted an adventure where she learned the importance of patience and trust. Even the smallest ant had a story to tell, one of perseverance and community. As each tale was told, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the words high into the canopy where they would nestle among the branches, becoming part of the forest's eternal memory. The sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The time had come for Lysandra to share the final story of the day, one that was passed down to her by her ancestors. "It is said," Lysandra began, her voice soft yet resonant, "that long ago the forest was not as we know it today. There was a time when the balance was disrupted and the harmony of Verdant Hollow was in jeopardy." The creatures leaned in closer, their attention unwavering. "A great drought had descended upon the land," she continued, "and the trees began to wither, the streams ran dry, and the animals grew weary. It seemed as though the forest would not survive. But then Lysandra's voice rose with hope. An unlikely friendship blossomed between a wise crow and a humble tortoise. Together, they embarked on a journey to find the source of the drought and restore the balance. The crow, with her keen eyes, searched the skies for signs of rain, while the tortoise, slow but steadfast, listened to the whispers of the earth. Through their shared determination and understanding, they discovered that the drought was caused by a blockage in the ancient river that fed the forest. With the help of their friends, they cleared the obstruction, and the river flowed once more, bringing life back to the forest. It was a reminder that even the smallest creatures can make a difference, and that together we can overcome any challenge. As Lysandra concluded her story, a hush fell over the clearing. The creatures felt a renewed sense of unity and purpose, their hearts filled with the promise of the season of whispers. Night descended upon Verdant Hollow, and the stars twinkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns guiding the way. The creatures returned to their homes, their spirits lifted by the stories shared, and the bonds strengthened. Lysandra curled up beneath the elder oak, her heart at peace. She knew that the forest would continue to thrive, its harmony preserved by the wisdom and friendship of those who called it home. And so, as the gentle glow of the moon bathed the forest in silver light, Verdant Hollow slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the ancient trees, its secrets safe for another season. Story 12. The Whispering Woods. In the gentle cradle of a valley, where the sun spread its golden arms across emerald fields, there lay a quaint village named Windmere. Nestled at the edge of this village was a dense forest known as the Whispering Woods. It was a place both revered and feared, famous for its ancient trees that seemed to hum the secrets of time whenever the breeze rustled their leaves. In Windermere lived a young girl named Clara. She was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as a midsummer's day. Clara's favorite pastime was wandering the meadows with her cat, Pippin, who trotted beside her with a tail held high in the air. Her mother often warned her about venturing too close to the forest, for the woods were said to hold mysteries beyond the comprehension of even the wisest elders. One serene afternoon, the sky painted with hues of lavender and rose, Clara found herself drawn to the edge of the woods. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and Pippin rubbed against her legs, urging her onwards. She felt an inexplicable pull, as if the woods were whispering her name. Despite her mother's cautionary tales, curiosity twinkled in her eyes, a beacon that guided her steps forward. As Clara tiptoed into the forest, the world around her transformed. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dancing shadows on the forest floor. The songs of birds filled the air, and the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets just beyond her grasp. Pippin, unbothered by such mysteries, pranced ahead, chasing after the fluttering butterflies. Clara walked deeper into the woods where the trees grew taller, their trunks gnarled with age. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched gently with each step. It was then that she noticed something glimmering among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves to uncover a small, ornate box. The box was beautifully crafted, its surface inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered in the dappled light. Clara's fingers traced the delicate patterns as she wondered who could have left such a treasure behind. As she lifted the lid, she found an object nestled within, a slender, silver key, cool to the touch and radiating an aura of mystery. A soft breeze sighed through the trees, and Clara felt as if the forest itself had exhaled, waiting for her next move. She held the key in her palm, a sense of destiny wrapping around her like a comforting shawl. Pippin, ever the faithful companion, mewed softly, as if to say that they should continue their exploration. Guided by intuition and the whispering woods, Clara ventured further. The forest seemed to guide her steps, the path twisting and turning as if it had a mind of its own. Eventually, she reached a clearing where the trees circled around like guardians of an ancient secret. In the heart of the clearing stood a grand door, seemingly suspended in midair, its wood intricately carved with runes and symbols. Clara approached the door with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The silver key in her hand felt suddenly warm, as if eager to fulfill its purpose. She hesitated, glancing back at Pippin, who sat poised and alert, as if sensing the importance of this moment. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the key into the lock, and with a gentle twist, the door swung open, revealing a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Beyond the threshold lay a realm of ethereal beauty. The air was filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the sweet melody of a distant brook. The sky was a canvas of swirling colors, and the ground was carpeted with soft, luminescent moss that glowed beneath her feet. It was a hidden world, a secret garden nestled within the heart of the forest. As Clara stepped through the door, she felt a tingling sensation, as if the very essence of the place was embracing her. Pippin followed, his eyes wide with wonder. Together they ventured into the dreamlike landscape, where every step revealed new marvels. Trees with leaves of silver and gold towered above, their branches swaying gently in an unseen breeze. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals whispering sweet lullabies as they danced in the air. Clara wandered through this enchanted realm, her heart alight with joy and wonder. She soon discovered a small village nestled among the trees, its cottages quaint and inviting. The villagers, gentle folk with kind eyes and melodic voices, welcomed her with open arms. They spoke of the whispering woods as a place of magic, where those with pure hearts could find solace and wisdom. Days turned into weeks, and Clara found herself growing fond of this hidden world. She learned the ways of the villagers, their songs and stories weaving a tapestry of warmth and friendship. Pippin, too, found a place among the villagers, basking in the sunlit clearings and chasing after the playful sprites that flitted about. It was during one of these sun-dappled days that Clara encountered an old woman sitting by the edge of a tranquil pond. Her hair was silver as moonlight, her eyes deep with the wisdom of ages. The woman beckoned Clara to sit beside her, and as they talked, Clara learned that the woman was the guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets. "The key you found," the woman said in a voice like the rustling leaves, "is a gift from the forest. It chose you, Clara, for your heart is as pure as the spring rain. This place, this hidden world, is a sanctuary for those who seek truth and kindness." Clara listened, her heart swelling with gratitude. She realized that her journey had changed her, teaching her the value of curiosity tempered with respect, and the power of friendship that transcends boundaries. She had found a second home in this magical realm, a place where she could be herself, free from the constraints of the ordinary world. As the days turned into months, Clara became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the wisdom of the forest with her family and friends in Windmere. She learned to cherish the small wonders of life, the beauty of a sunset, the laughter of a friend, and the quiet strength of the forest. One day, as Clara sat by the pond, the old woman spoke of a time when she, too, would become a guardian of the woods. Clara felt a sense of peace, knowing that her journey was just beginning, and that she had found her purpose in the whispering woods. And so, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, Clara lay in her bed, Pippin curled up beside her, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. She had learned that the greatest magic of all was not in the hidden world itself, but in the love and friendship that blossomed within her heart. In the gentle embrace of the night, the whispering woods sang their ancient lullaby, a melody of peace and wonder that echoed through the valley, cradling the village of Windmere in its timeless arms. And in that moment, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Clara knew that she was home. Story 13. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminance. Once upon a time in the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and a dense, whispering forest, there was a young girl named Leora. Leora was known throughout the village not for her stature or her skill, but for her warm heart and curious spirit. She had an insatiable desire to explore the mysteries of the world around her, particularly those whispered about the woods that bordered Eldergrove. The forest, known as the Whispering Woods, was a place of legends. Elders spoke of trees that could talk, streams that sang, and a hidden glade that held a magical object, the Lantern of Luminance. It was said that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate not just the darkest of nights, but the deepest of hearts, revealing truths and guiding the lost. On a particularly crisp autumn day, with leaves the color of burnished gold carpeting the ground, Leora decided the time had come to seek out the lantern. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot created a soothing rhythm as Leora ventured into the woods, accompanied by her loyal companion, a wise old fox named Riven. Riven had been with Leora since she was a child. They shared a bond that surpassed words, communicating through looks and gestures, and an unspoken understanding. His fur, a deep russet speckled with white, shimmered as he darted through the underbrush, always keeping a watchful eye on Leora. As they delved deeper into the whispering woods, the trees seemed to lean closer, whispering secrets carried on the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dapples of light that danced across the forest floor. The air was cool and invigorating, scented with the musk of fallen leaves and the hint of rain. Leora and Riven walked for hours, guided by nothing more than intuition and the occasional flicker of light that seemed to beckon them deeper. The forest, with its towering oaks and ancient pines, felt alive, as if watching their journey with bated breath. Eventually they reached a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a small, serene glade. In the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, overgrown with moss and ivy. Upon it rested the lantern of Luminance, its glass panels glowing with a gentle, ethereal light that seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the forest. Leora approached with reverence, her heart pounding with excitement and trepidation. As she reached out to touch the lantern, a voice, soft and melodic, filled the air. "Who seeks the light of Luminance?" the voice inquired, resonating from the very trees themselves. "It is I, Leora of Eldergrove," she replied, her voice steady but filled with wonder. "I seek to understand the truth of my heart and the path I must tread." The light within the lantern flickered warmly, as if acknowledging her request. The lantern of Luminance reveals truth and guides those who seek with pure intentions. But be warned, child, the truths you uncover may not always be what you expect. Leora nodded, understanding the weight of the words. She turned to Riven, whose wise eyes met hers with encouragement. Together, they would face whatever truths lay hidden. With a gentle touch, Leora lifted the lantern from its pedestal. As she did, the light within it flared brilliantly, casting a warm glow that enveloped the entire glade. The world around her shifted, the trees seemed to hum with energy, and the air was filled with a sense of anticipation. Holding the lantern aloft, Leora felt a strange sensation, as if the light was seeping into her very being, illuminating her thoughts and feelings. She closed her eyes, allowing the light to guide her through the labyrinth of her heart. Visions danced before her, memories of her childhood, moments of joy and sorrow, and the faces of all those she loved and held dear. But amidst the familiar she saw something unexpected, a path she had not yet taken, one that led deeper into the forest, to a place she had never seen before. Opening her eyes, Leora found herself back in the glade, the lantern's light now a steady glow. She felt different, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing not just the path she must take, but a deeper understanding of herself. Riven nudged her gently, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern. Together they followed the path that had been revealed to her, the lantern's glow guiding their steps. The forest was transformed in the lantern's light. Colors were more vibrant, the air seemed clearer, and every sound was crisp and musical. Leora felt a sense of peace she had never known, as if the forest itself was welcoming her home. As they walked, guided by the lantern's gentle glow, Leora realized that the journey was as much about discovery as it was about understanding. The forest was alive with secrets, each one a whisper of wisdom waiting to be heard. They came upon a grove where the trees arched overhead, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral. In the center, a pool of water mirrored the sky, its surface smooth and undisturbed. Leora approached, drawn by an unspoken promise. Kneeling by the water's edge, she gazed into the depths, the lantern's light illuminating the pool with a warm, inviting glow. As she peered into the water, she saw not just her reflection, but the faces of those she loved. Her family, friends, and even Riven, their expressions filled with warmth and encouragement. But there was more. Beneath the surface, hidden truths swirled like wisps of mist. Leora saw her fears and doubts, the uncertainties that had held her back. Yet in the light of the lantern, these fears were transformed, their edges softened by understanding and acceptance. A voice, gentle and familiar, echoed in her mind. "You are enough, Leora. Trust in yourself and the path you choose. The light within you will guide you, just as the lantern guides your steps." Tears of gratitude filled her eyes, and she reached out to touch the water, feeling its cool embrace. The lantern's light shimmered across the surface, creating ripples that danced like stars. With newfound clarity, Leora rose, the lantern still glowing in her hand. She turned to Riven, who watched her with eyes full of wisdom and love. Together they continued their journey, the path clearer than ever before. As they walked, Leora felt a change within her. The lantern had not only revealed the truth, but had ignited a light within her heart, a light that would guide her through the darkest of times. She understood now that the journey was not just about finding the lantern or uncovering secrets. It was about embracing who she was and the path she was meant to tread. The sun began to set, casting a warm, golden light over the forest. Leora and Riven returned to the village, the lantern's glow a beacon that guided them home. The villagers, seeing the light, gathered to greet them, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Leora shared her tale, not of magic or mystery, but of discovery and growth. She spoke of the light within each of them, a light that could illuminate their paths and guide them through life's challenges. As night fell, the village was aglow with the warmth of understanding and unity. Leora placed the lantern of Luminance in the village square, its gentle glow a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the truths she had uncovered. The whispering woods watched over Eldergrove, its secrets still whispering in the wind, a promise of wisdom for those who sought it with open hearts. As Leora looked out over her village, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. The lantern's light flickered softly, a comforting presence in the night. Leora knew that the journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, guided by the light within her and the friendship that had defied all expectations. With Riven by her side, she embraced the night, knowing that the dawn would bring new adventures and discoveries. The Whispering Woods held many more secrets, but for now, she was content to bask in the glow of the lantern of Luminance, a beacon of hope and truth in a world filled with wonder. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle whispers of the trees, Leora and Riven drifted into a peaceful slumber, their hearts aglow with the light of friendship and the promise of new beginnings. As the forest sang its lullaby and the village settled into the quiet of the night, the lantern of Luminance stood as a testament to the power of discovery, the strength of friendship, and the light that resides within us all. Story 14. In the distant reaches of the galaxy, in a vibrant cluster of stars known as the Nebula Gardens, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. Luminara was a world of perpetual twilight, its skies painted in hues of lavender and gold, bathed in the gentle glow of twin moons. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the soft rustle of cosmic winds whispered through the ethereal trees. On this tranquil planet lived a gentle creature named Jax, a Luminari. Jax was a being of light, his form shimmering like liquid silver and eyes like deep pools of starlight. He spent his days tending to the lush gardens of Luminara, nurturing the delicate flora that thrived under his care. One day, as Jax wandered the gardens, he noticed a peculiar sight. A small spacecraft, unlike any he had seen before, had landed amidst the starflower fields. Curiosity piqued, he approached cautiously, his luminous form casting a soft glow upon the strange vessel. From the spacecraft emerged a being quite unlike Jax. This visitor was a Xinthian named Kira, a traveler from the planet Zinthos. Kira's body was adorned with scales that shimmered like the night sky, and her eyes were a brilliant shade of emerald. She moved with a grace that belied her unfamiliarity with Luminara's gentle terrain. "Hello," Jax greeted warmly, his voice as soft as the winds that caressed the starflowers. "Welcome to Luminara. I am Jax, caretaker of these gardens." Kira hesitated, her scales rippling with uncertainty. "I am Kira," she replied, her voice carrying the lilt of distant worlds. "I come seeking knowledge and understanding of this place." The two stood in silence for a moment, the air between them filled with the scent of blooming starflowers and the distant hum of cosmic energies. Though their worlds were vastly different, there was something in Kira's eyes that Jax recognized, a longing for connection, for companionship. As the days passed, Kira and Jax began to explore Luminara together. At first, their interactions were marked by misunderstanding. Kira, accustomed to the structured ways of Zinthos, often found Jax's approach to tending the gardens perplexing. She watched as he gently coaxed the starflowers to bloom with nothing more than a whisper, while she relied on data and calculations to understand their needs. Why do you not measure the soil or analyze the climate? Kira asked one day, her tone a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Jack smiled, his form glowing warmly in the twilight. The gardens speak to me in their own way, he explained. I have learned to listen with my heart, to feel the rhythm of their growth. Kira pondered this, her mind racing to reconcile Jack's intuitive approach with her own analytical nature. It was a challenge, but one that intrigued her. Slowly, she began to open herself to the subtleties of Luminara's gardens, learning to feel the life pulsing beneath her feet. In return, Jax found himself fascinated by Kira's vast knowledge of the stars and the universe beyond. She shared tales of Zinthos, of its crystalline cities, and the harmony of its people with the cosmos. Through her stories, Jax's understanding of the universe expanded, his curiosity kindled in it. Their friendship deepened as they faced challenges together. One evening, a rare cosmic storm swept across Luminara, threatening to uproot the delicate starflowers. The winds howled and the skies darkened with swirling clouds. We must protect the gardens, Jax urged, his voice steady despite the rising storm. Kira nodded, her scales shimmering with determination. Together they worked tirelessly, Kira using her technological skills to construct barriers, while Jax guided the starflowers to safety with his gentle touch. Amidst the chaos, a moment of clarity emerged. As they labored side by side, Kira realized that her analytical mind and Jax's intuitive heart were not so different after all. They were two sides of the same coin, each bringing strength to the other. When the storm finally subsided, leaving the gardens intact and the air fresh with renewed life, Kira turned to Jax, her eyes bright with gratitude. Thank you, Jax. I have learned much from you. And I from you, Kira, Jax replied, his voice warm and sincere. Together we have found a balance, a harmony. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Jax and Kira's friendship blossomed like the starflowers they tended. They discovered that true friendship was not about differences, but about embracing those differences and finding strength in unity. They learned that understanding came not from words alone, but from shared experiences and the willingness to see the world through each other's eyes. On a serene evening under the glow of Luminara's twin moons, Jax and Kira stood together, gazing at the stars that stretched across the velvet sky. The gardens around them whispered with the gentle rustle of leaves, a melody of life and connection. Look, Jax said, pointing to a cluster of stars twinkling brightly. The stars have aligned. Kira smiled, her heart full of warmth. Just like us, Jax, aligned in harmony. In that moment, amidst the beauty of the nebula gardens, Jax and Kira understood the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond forged not by similarity, but by the acceptance of one another's uniqueness. A bond that transcended worlds and species, bringing light to the darkest corners of the universe. And so, as the gentle winds carried the scent of starflowers through the twilight, Jax and Kira stood side by side, content in the knowledge that together they were more than they could ever be alone. Story 15. Once upon a time, tucked away in the farthest corner of the Enchanted Woods, there lay a whimsical village known as Whimsy Hollow. This was no ordinary village. It was a place where the air shimmered with a hint of magic and the trees whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. In Whimsy Hollow, the sun always set in a glorious cascade of colors, painting the sky with hues of lavender, peach, and gold. The cobblestone streets were lined with cottages adorned with twinkling lights that danced merrily as if in rhythm with the laughter that frequently echoed through the village. In this cheerful haven lived a cast of quirky, endearing characters, each with their own unique charm. There was Tilly Tinker, a tiny sprite with wings that glistened like stained glass. She was known for her inventive spirit, and could often be found tinkering with peculiar gadgets that whirred, clicked, and sometimes even floated. Her best friend, Oliver the Owl, was a wise but somewhat scatterbrained creature who possessed an uncanny ability to read the stars. His round spectacles perched precariously on his beak, often sliding down as he tilted his head in curiosity. Then there was Marmalade, a portly, ginger-furred cat with an insatiable curiosity and a penchant for mischief. Marmalade loved nothing more than to curl up in the sunniest spots of the village, where he would dream up grand adventures that always ended with a plate of fresh-baked fish pies. And finally there was Finn the Fox, a dapper fellow with a flair for the dramatic, who often entertained the villagers with tales of bravery and daring escapades. One bright morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a warm glow over Whimsy Hollow, a peculiar problem unfolded. The magical pond at the heart of the village, known for its shimmering surface that reflected the dreams and wishes of those who gazed upon it, had suddenly gone dark and murky. The once crystal-clear waters no longer sparkled with the reflections of dreams, and this left the villagers puzzled and concerned. The villagers gathered around the pond, murmuring in hushed tones. Tilly fluttered her wings with determination. "We must find out what's happened to the pond," she declared, her voice as bright as the morning sun. "Without it, our village loses its magic." Oliver adjusted his spectacles, peering closely at the darkened waters. "Perhaps the stars hold the answer," he mused, his voice a gentle hoot. "Let's consult the sky tonight." As the day unfolded into evening, the villagers prepared for a stargazing gathering. They laid out blankets and cushions around the pond, the air filled with anticipation. As the first stars twinkled in the velvety sky, Oliver began to read them, his eyes wide with wonder. Suddenly, he let out a delighted hoot. "Ah, I see. The pond's magic has been tangled up with a cluster of shooting stars. We must untangle them to restore the pond's glow." Finn, with a theatrical flair, leapt to his feet. "A quest to untangle stars, what an adventure this will be," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Marmalade stretched lazily, yawning a meow of agreement. The villagers quickly devised a plan. Tilly, with her nimble fingers and knack for inventions, crafted a gleaming net woven with strands of moonlight. Oliver provided guidance, his knowledge of the stars proving invaluable. Marmalade, ever the curious one, offered to scout ahead, his whiskers twitching with excitement. And Finn, with his melodious voice, volunteered to keep spirits high with his storytelling. As the night deepened, the group set off on their whimsical quest, guided by the gentle glow of Tilly's moonlit net. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of blooming night flowers. They followed the path of the shooting stars, which twinkled like diamonds scattered across the sky. Their journey took them through a forest where the trees seemed to sway in time with Finn's tales. They crossed a babbling brook that sang a cheerful tune as it wound its way through the woods. And finally they reached a meadow where the stars seemed to hang just within reach, tangled like a skein of silvery thread. Tilly hovered close, her wings casting colorful reflections on the grass below. Carefully she began to weave the net through the stars, untangling them with delicate precision. Oliver watched intently, offering quiet words of encouragement, while Marmalade kept a watchful eye for any unexpected surprises. With a flourish of her tiny hands, Tilly gave the net a final twist. The stars, now free, burst into a shower of light, cascading across the sky in a dazzling display. The villagers gasped in awe, their faces aglow with the beauty of it all. As the stars settled back into their rightful places, the pond began to shimmer once more. Its surface rippled with colors, reflecting the dreams and wishes of Whimsy Hollow. The villagers cheered, their hearts light with joy. Back in the village, a grand celebration was held. Tables were laden with delectable treats, from Marmalade's beloved fish pies to Tilly's honeyed pastries. The air was filled with laughter and music, as the villagers danced beneath the star-studded sky. And so the magical pond was restored, its gentle glow a testament to the power of friendship and creativity. Whimsy Hollow thrived once more, its magic as vibrant as ever. As the night drew to a close, the villagers returned to their homes, their dreams reflected in the pond's shimmering waters. And there, under the watchful eyes of the stars, they drifted into slumber, their hearts filled with the warmth of a tale well told and a problem well solved. In Whimsy Hollow, magic was not just in the air, but in the bonds of friendship that held them together, ensuring that every day ended on a note of happiness and hope. Story 16. Once upon a whisper of a time, in a cozy village nestled in the embrace of rolling green hills, there lived a curious young girl named Lucy. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed morning skies. Lucy had a heart full of wonder and a spirit that longed for the mysteries beyond the horizon. One sunlit morning, as the first rays painted the earth in golden hues, Lucy discovered a path she had never seen before. It was a narrow trail, gently winding its way into the heart of the whispering forest, a place of legends and magic where the trees seemed to hum with secrets known only to those who dared to listen. With a mix of excitement and a touch of trepidation, Lucy decided to follow the path. The air was cool and crisp, scented with pine and wildflowers, and the sound of birdsong filled the forest like a sweet symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating dapples of light that danced upon the forest floor. As Lucy ventured deeper into the forest, the world around her began to change. The trees grew taller and their leaves shimmered with iridescent hues, as if brushed with the colors of a rainbow. The air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sound of the bubbling brook nearby was like laughter shared between old friends. Suddenly, Lucy heard a soft rustling in the underbrush. Out hopped a delightful little creature, its fur the shade of lavender and its eyes twinkling like stars. It was a flibber, a creature known in tales for its playful nature and kind heart. The flibber tilted its head, studying Lucy with curiosity, its long ears twitching. "Hello," Lucy said softly, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet of the forest. "I'm Lucy. I'm exploring the forest." The flibber chirped happily, hopping closer. With a graceful leap, it landed on a nearby rock and gestured with its tiny paw for Lucy to follow. Intrigued, she did so, trusting the little creature to guide her deeper into the enchanting world she had stumbled upon. Together they passed under arches of flowering vines that released a fragrance like sweet honey and vanilla. They walked through meadows where butterflies danced in the air, their wings shimmering like gossamer. Every step Lucy took revealed more of the forest's wonders, a place where the very essence of magic seemed to thrive. As they journeyed, Lucy encountered more whimsical creatures. There were glimmering sylphs, tiny winged beings who flitted about, trailing sparkles of light. There were whispering willows, trees that gently swayed and shared stories of the old days to those who would pause and listen. Each creature and tree she met greeted her with warmth and curiosity, sensing her kind heart and courage. But the forest was not without its challenges. At one point, Lucy and the flibber came upon a wide, sparkling river. The water was clear as crystal, yet the current was swift and strong. Lucy hesitated, unsure how to cross without getting swept away. The flibber, however, had a plan. It hopped to a nearby tree, tapping its tiny paw against the bark in a rhythmic pattern. To Lucy's amazement, the tree began to move. Its roots gently lifted from the soil and stretched across the river, forming a natural bridge. With a grateful smile, Lucy crossed the river, feeling the tree's warmth beneath her feet, a testament to the forest's living magic and the power of gentle cooperation. Finally, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lucy and her newfound friends arrived at the heart of the forest. There stood the elder oak, a majestic tree whose trunk was as wide as a house, its branches stretching high into the heavens. It was said that the elder oak was the guardian of the forest, a source of wisdom for those who sought it. Lucy approached the elder oak with reverence, placing her hand upon its ancient bark. In that moment she felt a connection, a deep understanding that the forest was a place of endless possibilities, where courage and curiosity could lead to the most wondrous discoveries. The elder oak's leaves rustled softly, as if whispering a secret just for Lucy. She closed her eyes, allowing the forest's gentle magic to fill her heart. When she opened them again, she knew it was time to return home, enriched by her journey and the friends she had made along the way. As Lucy made her way back through the forest, the flibber hopped alongside her, its presence a comforting reminder of the adventure they had shared. The path seemed shorter now, each step bringing her closer to the familiar sights and sounds of her village. When Lucy emerged from the forest, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the night sky, casting their serene glow over the landscape. She paused at the edge of the whispering forest, turning back to catch a final glimpse of the world she had come to cherish. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed by the wonders she had seen, Lucy returned home. She knew that the whispering forest would always be there, a magical realm waiting for those brave enough to explore its depths. And each night as she drifted off to sleep, Lucy's dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves, the laughter of the brook, and the shining eyes of her whimsical friends. And so, with a smile on her lips and the warmth of adventure in her heart, Lucy drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that courage and curiosity would always guide her to enchanting places beyond her wildest dreams. Story 17. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight danced through a canopy of whispering leaves, there lay a hidden world teeming with the quiet, harmonious lives of its many inhabitants. This was not just any forest. It was a realm where the line between the tangible and the magical blurred like the morning mist rising from the forest floor. In this enchanted place, the air was always filled with the sweet, earthy scent of moss and the melodic symphony of birdsong that wove through the trees like an ever-present lullaby. The forest floor was a tapestry of soft, rustling leaves and delicate ferns that cradled the gentle steps of its creatures, from the scurrying field mice to the watchful deer pausing by the babbling brook. At the heart of this vibrant forest community lived a wise old owl named Orion. His feathers were a patchwork of chestnut and cream, soft as down, and his eyes gleamed with the deep gold of autumn leaves caught in the afternoon sun. Orion was revered among the forest creatures for his vast knowledge of the natural world and the subtle magic that coursed through it like an unseen river. Every evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, the creatures of the forest would gather in a clearing ringed with ancient oaks, their branches arching overhead like a cathedral made of green and brown. Here Orion perched on a low bough, ready to share stories and wisdom passed down through countless generations. One particular night, as the first stars twinkled like tiny lanterns against the velvet sky, Orion began to tell the tale of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that ensured the balance and harmony of their world. It is said, Orion began, his voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves, that long ago the four seasons were not as we know them today. They were beings of immense magic, each with their own unique gifts that shaped the land. Spring, with her gown of blossoms and laughter like tinkling rain, brought renewal and life. Her touch awakened the sleeping seeds beneath the soil, coaxing them to reach for the sun. Summer followed with his warm breath and golden rays that bathed the forest in light. His presence was a time of abundance, where fruits ripened and the air was thick with the hum of bees. Then came autumn, clad in robes of fiery leaves, whose gentle hand painted the landscape in hues of orange and gold. Her crisp, cool air whispered of change and preparation, urging the creatures to gather and store for what lay ahead. Finally winter arrived, serene and silent, her cloak woven from snowflakes and frost. Though her touch brought stillness and chill, it was also a time of rest and reflection, a necessary pause before the cycle began anew. Orion paused, allowing his audience to absorb the imagery of his words, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, listening. But there was a time, he continued, when the seasons quarreled, each wanting to reign supreme. Their discord threatened to unravel the very fabric of our world. The creatures leaned forward, eyes wide, caught in the spell of Orion's storytelling. It was then that an ancient, wise tree, older than even these mighty oaks, called upon the seasons to meet. This tree, known as Elderwood, stood at the very heart of our forest, its roots reaching deep into the earth, its branches touching the sky. Under the watchful gaze of Elderwood, the seasons gathered, their magic swirling around them like a storm. "You must learn to dance together," Elderwood advised, his voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. "Only in harmony can you sustain the world." The seasons listened, their pride melting like snow under spring's gentle sun. They realized that each of their gifts was essential, not just to the forest, but to one another. And so they began their dance, a graceful waltz that marked the passage of time. Spring blossomed into summer, who in turn yielded to autumn, and finally winter wrapped the world in her quiet embrace. Each season followed the other in a perfect, eternal rhythm, their magic weaving the tapestry of life. Orion's tale was one of many that taught the creatures of the forest the importance of balance and the strength found in unity. The wind sighed softly through the branches, as if in agreement, and the creatures felt the warmth of understanding settle in their hearts. As the night deepened, the forest creatures returned to their homes, each carrying with them the lessons of harmony and friendship. Above, the stars continued to twinkle, watching over the gentle world below, a world where the seasons danced in perfect, magical balance, and every creature knew its place in the grand, beautiful tapestry of life. And so, under the watchful eyes of Orion, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a haven of peace where the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of generations past wove a story as timeless as the stars. Story 18. In the heart of a quaint village nestled in a lush valley, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees carried on the breeze, there stood an old, ivy-covered cottage. This cottage belonged to a kindly, elderly woman named Maeve, known throughout the village for her warm smile and gentle wisdom. Maeve had a granddaughter named Layla, a curious and adventurous girl with eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair that danced like golden wheat in the sunlight. Leela loved spending her afternoons in Maeve's cottage, listening to her grandmother's tales of distant lands and ancient wonders. One breezy afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun streamed through the cottage windows, Maeve presented Leela with a peculiar gift. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny, twinkling stars. "This, my dear Leela," Maeve said with a twinkle in her eye, "is no ordinary box. It holds secrets waiting to be discovered." Leela's eyes widened with intrigue. "What kind of secrets, grandmother?" she asked eagerly. Maeve simply smiled and handed the box to Leela. "You'll have to find out for yourself, my dear, but remember, true discovery requires an open heart and a patient mind." With a heart full of wonder, Leela cradled the box in her hands and hurried home, eager to uncover its mysteries. That night, as the stars winked down from the velvet sky, Leela sat by her bedroom window, the box resting on her lap. Soft moonlight spilled into the room, casting gentle shadows on the walls. As she ran her fingers over the smooth wood, Leela noticed a tiny keyhole nestled among the carvings. She searched through the box's intricate designs until she found a hidden compartment containing a slender, silver key. With a deep breath, Leela inserted the key into the lock and turned it with a soft click. The box lid creaked open, revealing a shimmering, iridescent orb glowing softly in the moonlight. The moment Leela's fingers brushed the orb, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she was filled with a sense of calm and comfort. The orb pulsed gently as if alive, and whispered a soft melody that only she could hear. As she gazed into its depths, Leela felt herself being drawn into a dreamlike journey. She found herself standing in a lush, enchanted forest, where the air was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the sweet songs of hidden birds. Beside her stood a small, sprightly fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass. "Greetings, young one," the fox said in a voice that was both merry and wise. "I am Finn, your guide on this journey." Leela smiled, her heart brimming with joy. "Hello, Finn, where are we going?" Finn flicked his tail and began to trot down a soft, winding path. "We are on a quest to discover the hidden wonders of this forest and the secrets of your own heart. Follow me, and let your kindness and curiosity light the way." As they ventured deeper into the forest, Layla and Finn encountered many magical creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Luna, the gentle owl with feathers that shimmered like moonlight, who showed Layla the beauty of stillness and reflection. There was Willow, the wise old turtle, who taught her the value of patience and persistence. With each encounter, Leela's heart grew lighter, and she found herself seeing the world with new eyes. She learned to listen not just with her ears but with her heart, discovering the magic in every whisper of the wind and every ripple of the stream. As their journey continued, Leela and Finn came upon a great, ancient tree standing tall in a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. Its branches stretched high into the sky, each leaf glistening like emeralds. At the base of the tree lay a shimmering pool, its surface a mirror of the heavens. Finn stopped and turned to Leela. "This is the pool of reflection," he said softly. "It will show you what you truly seek." Leela knelt by the pool and gazed into its depths. At first she saw only her own reflection, but soon the image shifted, revealing scenes of her life. The joy of spending time with her grandmother, the wonder of discovering new things, and the love she felt for the world around her. In that moment, Layla understood the true gift of the box. It wasn't just about uncovering the secrets of the world, but about discovering the treasures within her own heart, the kindness, wisdom, and love that had been there all along. With a heart full of gratitude, Leela turned to Finn. "Thank you for guiding me," she said, her voice filled with warmth. Finn nodded, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have always had the answers within you, dear Lila. You simply needed to see them for yourself." With that, the forest began to fade, and Leela found herself back in her room, the orb resting quietly in the box on her lap. The melody had faded, but the sense of peace remained. As she closed the box and tucked it safely away, Lila knew that the journey had changed her. She had discovered not just the magic of the world, but the magic within herself. The next morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leela raced to her grandmother's cottage, eager to share her adventure. Maeve listened with a knowing smile, her heart full of love for her brave, curious granddaughter. "You have learned well, my dear," Maeve said, embracing Leela. "The greatest treasures are those we find within ourselves and in the connections we make with others." And so, surrounded by the warmth of her grandmother's love and the gentle beauty of the world, Leela knew that her journey of discovery had only just begun. Each day held new wonders, and with an open heart and a wise mind, she was ready to embrace them all. And in the quiet moments when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, Leela would hold the box close, knowing that its magic was a part of her now, guiding her toward new adventures and deeper understanding. And so, in the heart of the village, where the air was always sweet and the laughter of children mingled with the song of the wind, Leela's story continued, one of wonder, of friendship, and of the everlasting magic that lived in the simple joys of life. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always drawn to the wonders that surrounded her, from the flutter of butterfly wings to the twinkling of stars in the night sky. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was helping her mother rake fallen leaves in their garden, she stumbled upon an ordinary-looking acorn. But when she picked it up, something extraordinary happened. The acorn began to glow with a soft, warm light. Willow gasped in delight, her eyes wide with amazement. She had never seen anything like it before. Cradling the glowing acorn in her palms, she hurried inside to show her mother. "Look, Mama, it's a magic acorn," Willow exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Her mother, a kind-hearted woman with a twinkle in her eye, smiled knowingly. "Oh, my dear Willow," she said, "that acorn is indeed special. It holds the power of growth and renewal, a gift from the ancient oak trees that stand watch over our village." Willow listened intently as her mother explained that the magic acorn could help bring new life to even the most barren of places. All it needed was a little care and nurturing. From that day on, Willow became the acorn's devoted guardian. She carried it with her everywhere, nestled safely in a little pouch she had sewn herself. Wherever she went, the acorn's gentle glow seemed to fill her heart with warmth and wonder. One day, while exploring the woods near her village, Willow stumbled upon a clearing that was little more than a patch of dry, cracked earth. It was a sad sight, devoid of any greenery or life. Willow's heart ached for the barren land, and she knew then what she had to do. With careful hands, she dug a small hole in the center of the clearing and placed the magic acorn inside. Then she covered it with rich soil and sang a soft melody her mother had taught her, a song of growth and renewal. Days passed, and Willow tended to the spot where she had planted the acorn, watering it and whispering words of encouragement. At first nothing seemed to happen, but Willow never lost faith. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon, Willow ventured into the clearing and gasped in delight. A tiny green sprout had pushed its way through the earth, reaching for the warmth of the sun. From that day on, Willow watched in wonder as the sprout grew taller and stronger, its slender trunk stretching upwards, branches unfurling with lush, verdant leaves. Before long, the once barren clearing had transformed into a vibrant grove, filled with the songs of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. But Willow's journey was not yet complete. As she explored the new grove, she met two peculiar yet endearing helpers, a wise old owl named Sage, and a mischievous but kind-hearted rabbit named Rusty. Sage, with her deep, soulful eyes and a feathery brow that seemed to furrow in contemplation, became Willow's guide and mentor. She taught the young girl about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of respecting all living things. Rusty, on the other hand, was a constant source of laughter and playfulness. With his twitching nose and boundless energy, he helped Willow see the joy in even the smallest moments, reminding her to embrace the wonder of the world around her. Together, the unlikely trio embarked on many adventures, exploring the winding paths of the forest and uncovering its hidden secrets. They encountered challenges along the way, from treacherous ravines to lost hikers in need of guidance, but they always faced them with wisdom, patience, and a deep reverence for the natural world. One day they came across a raging river, its waters swollen and churning with the force of a recent storm. Sage and Rusty knew that trying to cross by force would be foolish and dangerous. Instead, they sought the counsel of the ancient oak trees that stood sentinel along the riverbank. The wise old oaks whispered of a secret path, a way to cross the river safely, if one had the patience to listen and the wisdom to follow. With Willow's acorn-born gift of growth and renewal, they coaxed a sturdy bridge of living vines to stretch across the rushing waters, creating a verdant pathway that allowed them to cross without harm. As they continued their journey, Willow realized that the true magic lay not in the acorn itself, but in the lessons it had taught her the power of patience, nurturing, and respect for the natural world. And so, wherever Willow went, she carried those lessons with her, sharing them with others and helping to spread the wonder and beauty of nature's gifts. For she had discovered that the greatest magic of all was the ability to see the extraordinary in the ordinary and to nurture the seeds of growth and renewal within us all. Story 20. In the heart of an ancient woodland, where towering trees cradled the sky, and the ground was a quilt of soft moss and fallen leaves, lived creatures in a world untold by human eyes. This was a place where whispers of the wind carried secrets, and the rustle of branches sang songs of old. The forest was alive with the delicate balance of nature, a harmony so profound that it seemed as though the very earth breathed in time with the creatures that dwelled there. The forest was ruled by the gentle passage of the seasons, each one heralded by magical phenomena that painted the woods with colors unknown to the outside world. It was here in this enchanted realm that a small family of deer lived, led by an elderly doe named Miri. Her eyes, deep in knowing, mirrored the wisdom of the forest itself, and her coat was the color of autumn leaves, rich and warm. Miri had taught her children the art of listening to the whispers of the stream as it wound through rocks, to the conversations of leaves as they fluttered in the breeze, and to the murmurs of the earth beneath their hooves. These sounds were the symphony of life, guiding them through the rhythm of the seasons. As spring unfolded, the forest awoke in a riot of color and sound. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees danced through the sun-dappled glades. Miri led her family to a secret meadow, where the grass was lush and the sunlight danced through the branches like liquid gold. Here the deer grazed peacefully, their world a tapestry woven with harmony. Yet this year, spring brought an unusual sight. The forest was visited by a peculiar phenomenon, one that occurred only once in a generation, a cascade of shimmering lights that fell from the sky like gentle rain. These lights, known as the starfall, were said to be the tears of the night sky, and they held the power to renew the earth and its creatures. Miri gathered her children around her, their eyes wide with wonder. "This is the starfall," she whispered, her voice a soft lullaby. "It is a gift from the heavens, a reminder of the balance we must keep with nature." As the lights touched the earth, they dissolved into the soil, breathing new life into the forest. Trees stretched taller, their leaves a vibrant green, and flowers bloomed with a brilliance that seemed to rival the stars themselves. The animals of the forest gathered to witness this miracle, their hearts filled with a deep sense of peace. But not all was well in the forest. A shadow lingered at its edge, a reminder of the delicate balance that must be maintained. A family of foxes, led by a wise old vixen named Lyra, had noticed changes in their territory. The streams were running dry, and the smaller creatures they depended on were growing scarce. Lyra, with her keen eyes and sharper mind, sought counsel from Miri, hoping the elder doe might share her wisdom. The two met in the meadow, their breath visible in the cool morning air. "The balance is shifting," Lyra said, her voice tinged with worry. "The earth is thirsty, and the streams are silent." Miri nodded, the weight of the forest's secrets heavy in her gaze. "The forest speaks of change," she replied. "But it also speaks of hope. We must find the source of the imbalance and restore what is lost." Together they embarked on a journey through the forest, guided by the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. Their path led them to an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and wise. Here they found a hidden spring, its waters locked beneath a barrier of stone and tangled roots. "It is the heart of the forest," Miri murmured, her voice a gentle echo. "We must free the waters, for they are the lifeblood of all who dwell here." With careful steps, Lyra and her foxes worked to clear the stones, while Miri and her children nudged the roots aside. As they labored, a gentle rain began to fall, the starfall's blessing renewed. The raindrops shimmered like diamonds, soaking into the earth and washing away the dust of drought. At last the water burst forth, a crystal stream that sang as it flowed, its melody a promise of renewal. The forest drank deeply, and life returned to the parched soil. Flowers bloomed anew, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of earth and rain. Miri and Lyra watched as the forest came alive around them, their hearts filled with gratitude. The balance was restored, a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom passed down through generations. As night fell, the forest was cloaked in a soft, silvery light, the remnants of the starfall painting the trees with gentle luminescence. Miri gathered her family close, their breaths a quiet symphony in the still night. Lyra and her foxes nestled nearby, their eyes bright with the glow of the restored forest. And so, under a sky strewn with stars, the creatures of the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, their hearts in harmony with the world around them. The ancient woodland stood as a testament to the enduring balance of nature, a sanctuary where magic and reality danced hand in hand. In this enchanted forest, life thrived in the gentle embrace of the seasons, each one a chapter in the timeless story of the earth. As long as there were creatures wise enough to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth, the forest would remain a haven of peace and wonder, its secrets safe in the hearts of those who called it home. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient and whispering forest, there existed a world where the boundary between reality and magic was as thin as morning mist. This was the realm of Verdant Hollow, a place where the natural creatures lived in a harmonious balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. In this enchanted forest, the air was always thick with the perfume of moss and wildflowers, and beams of golden sunlight danced through the canopy, creating a dappled mosaic on the forest floor. The trees, gnarled and wise, stretched their arms skyward, their leaves murmuring secrets to one another in the gentle breeze. It was a place where every season brought its own kind of magic, weaving a spell that held the forest in perpetual peace. In the midst of this serene haven, a gentle deer named Alden roamed. His coat was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes held the depth of the ancient woods. Alden was known among the creatures not just for his grace, but for his wisdom, a gift passed down from generations of deer who had walked the forest trails before him. One crisp morning, as the world was still cloaked in the soft hues of dawn, Alden found himself near the sparkling stream that wound its way through the heart of Verdant Hollow. The water sang a merry tune as it tumbled over smooth stones, reflecting the first blush of sunlight. It was here that Alden often came to drink and to listen to the stories carried on the water's song. As he drank, Alden noticed an unusual commotion among the birds. The forest was alive with a flurry of wings and melodic chatter. Intrigued, Alden lifted his head, his ears twitching to catch the meaning of their excited conversations. "It's the wind sprite," chirped a bright-eyed robin, his voice a mixture of awe and excitement. The wind sprite. Alden mused aloud, his curiosity piqued. He had heard tales of the elusive wind sprite, a creature of pure magic who was said to visit the forest only when the seasons were on the cusp of change. With a nod of determination, Alden decided to follow the birds, their vibrant feathers a colorful guide through the forest. As they moved deeper into Verdant Hollow, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the forest shifted to an anticipatory hush. It was as if every leaf and blade of grass held its breath, waiting for the arrival of something wondrous. Finally, they reached a secluded glen, a place where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of this clearing, a soft whirlwind of amber leaves spun gracefully, shimmering with an ethereal light. Alden watched in awe as the wind sprite took form, a delicate figure of translucent beauty, her presence as light as a whisper. The wind sprite's eyes, twinkling with the mischief of 1,000 breezes, met Alden's. "Welcome, gentle Alden," she spoke, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "I come bearing a message of change and balance." Alden bowed his head in respect, the forest around him seeming to lean in closer, listening intently. "What message do you bring, dear sprite?" he asked, his voice as calm as the stream's current. The seasons are shifting, she explained, her words like a soft caress. A new cycle begins, and with it comes the chance to renew and restore, but balance must be maintained. The forest thrives when all creatures remember their role in this delicate dance. Alden nodded, understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. In Verdant Hollow, every creature, from the smallest ant to the grandest bear, had a part to play in the symphony of life. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a truth as old as the forest itself. As the wind sprite continued to speak, Alden felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging and purpose. He knew that his wisdom and gentle nature were needed now more than ever, to guide the younger creatures and to remind them of the harmony that bound them all. With a final swirling dance, the wind sprite began to fade, her laughter lingering in the air like a sweet melody. "Remember, dear Alden," she called, her voice growing fainter. "The magic of balance is in the heart of the forest and in the hearts of those who dwell within it." And with that she was gone, leaving behind only the soft rustle of leaves and the promise of a new season. Alden returned to his friends, the birds who had led him here, and together they made their way back through the forest. As they traveled, Alden shared the wind sprite's message, his words weaving a tale of hope and renewal. Under the canopy of Verdant Hollow, life continued its gentle rhythm. The seasons shifted as they always did, painting the forest in colors of gold and crimson before the quiet embrace of winter. And through it all, Alden walked the paths of the forest, a guardian of wisdom and balance, his heart as steady as the ancient trees. As night fell, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the stars casting their silvery glow over the sleeping earth. In the heart of Verdant Hollow, the creatures dreamed of the stories carried on the wind, of the magic that lived in every leaf and stone. And so the forest thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic of the natural world. And in the quiet moments when the moonlight bathed the world in its silvery light, one could almost hear the echo of the wind sprite's laughter, a reminder that in the heart of the forest, balance was not just a lesson, but a way of life. And with that comforting thought, the forest rested, wrapped in the embrace of dreams and starlight, until the dawn of a new day. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled within the arms of a lush, sprawling forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. The village was a place where the sky kissed the earth, and the whispering wind carried the songs of the trees. The villagers were a gentle folk, their lives woven together like the vibrant tapestries they created in their homes. Amara, with her curious eyes and heart full of wonder, loved nothing more than to explore the verdant woods that bordered her home. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the skies with strokes of pink and gold, Amara set out on a journey deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The path beneath her feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a riotous mix of amber, crimson, and ochre. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and birds called to one another in a harmonious chorus. Amara's heart thrummed with excitement as she wandered, her mind alive with possibilities. She imagined discovering a hidden grove or meeting a wise old owl who could tell her the secrets of the forest. As she moved further away from the familiar paths, the forest seemed to shift around her, the trees growing larger, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. It was in this enchanted part of the forest that Amara stumbled upon something extraordinary. Tucked away beneath the roots of a massive oak tree was a small, shimmering object. It was a mirror framed in delicate vines of silver, with tiny, sparkling gemstones embedded within its intricate design. As Amara picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth emanate from the mirror, as if it were alive. Curious and captivated, Amara gazed into the mirror. To her surprise, the reflection was not of the forest behind her, but of a place she had never seen before. It was a vibrant, hidden world, teeming with colors and creatures unlike any she had known. She saw fields of flowers that glowed with their own light, rivers that sang as they flowed over crystalline stones, and creatures that danced on the breeze like living wisps of cloud. The mirror seemed to pulse with an invitation, a beckoning call that Amara could not ignore. With a deep breath, she leaned closer, and before she knew it, the world within the mirror enveloped her. She found herself standing amidst the glowing fields, the air around her humming with magic. In this hidden world, Amara met a young fox named Finn. His fur was a brilliant russet, with eyes like liquid amber, and he spoke with a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. Despite their initial surprise, they quickly became fast friends, united by their mutual curiosity and adventurous spirits. Together, Amara and Finn explored this magical realm. They danced with the winds that swept through the meadows, their laughter ringing out like bells. They shared stories by the banks of the singing river, where the water shimmered with every color of the rainbow. Finn showed Amara the secret places of his world, the hidden glades where the moonflowers bloomed, and the ancient stones that told stories of times long past. As they journeyed further, Amara discovered that this world was not just a place of beauty, but one that faced its own challenges. A delicate balance of magic sustained the land, and recently a shadow had begun to creep across the fields, dimming the light of the flowers and silencing the songs of the river. The creatures of the land were worried, their vibrant world threatened by an unseen darkness. Determined to help, Amara and Finn sought the counsel of the elder oak, a wise and ancient tree that stood at the heart of the land. Its branches stretched high into the sky, and its trunk was adorned with leaves that whispered secrets of the ages. When Amara placed her hand upon its bark, a gentle voice surrounded them. "The balance of our world," the elder oak intoned, "rests upon the harmony of all things. Yet when the light falters, it is the courage and kindness within our hearts that can restore it." The elder oak revealed that the source of the shadow lay within a forgotten part of the land, a place where the magic had become twisted and dark. To restore the balance, Amara and Finn would need to journey there, relying on their wits and the strength of their friendship. With newfound purpose, Amara and Finn set out towards the forgotten lands. The journey was fraught with challenges, as the path became more treacherous and the air grew thick with the weight of the encroaching shadow. Yet, through each trial, their bond only grew stronger. They faced each obstacle with determination, finding creative solutions and drawing strength from one another's presence. In the heart of the forgotten lands, they discovered the source of the darkness, a once vibrant glade that had fallen into despair. The flowers were wilted, their light extinguished, and the air was silent, devoid of the songs that once filled it. At its center stood a solitary tree, its branches bare and twisted, a stark contrast to the life that surrounded it. Guided by the wisdom of the elder oak, Amara and Finn approached the tree. They understood that the shadow was born from neglect and loss, from the absence of care and connection. With gentle hands, Amara placed the mirror at the foot of the tree, allowing its light to reflect and shine upon the forgotten glade. As the light spread, Amara and Finn spoke words of hope and love, their voices weaving a tapestry of warmth and renewal. Slowly, the glade began to awaken. The flowers lifted their heads, their colors returning as if by magic. The air filled with the sweet sound of the river's song, and the tree that had been shrouded in shadow unfurled new leaves, vibrant and green. In that moment, the balance was restored. The shadow receded, and the light of the hidden world shone brighter than ever before. The creatures of the land rejoiced, their joy a symphony that echoed through the fields and forests. Amara realized that the true magic lay not in the mirror or the land itself, but in the bonds of friendship and the power of kindness. The journey had changed her, teaching her that even the smallest actions could have profound effects, and that courage often lay in the simplest acts of compassion. With the world restored, Amara knew it was time to return to her own. She bid farewell to Finn, promising to carry the lessons of their adventure with her always. As she stepped back into the mirror, the hidden world faded, but its magic remained in her heart. Back in the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. Amara made her way home, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that her journey had not ended, but had only just begun. In the days to come, she would share her stories with the villagers, spreading the light of friendship and the power of kindness to all who would listen. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Amara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the laughter of a young fox and the whisper of the winds in a magical land. And in the quiet of the night, the forest sang its ancient song, a lullaby of hope and wonder that would carry her into the dawn. Story 23. In a quiet corner of the galaxy, where the stars wove a glittering tapestry across the deep velvet of space, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Luminara. This planet, with its endless fields of luminescent flowers and gentle, rolling hills, was home to a peaceful species called the Luminarians. They were beings of light, shimmering softly in hues of blue and green, living in harmony with their radiant surroundings. The Luminarians led simple lives, nurturing their glowing flora and tending to the needs of their planet. Among them was a young Luminarian named Solin, whose light was said to be as bright as the first star of evening. Solin had always been curious about the world beyond the shimmering fields of Luminara, his heart drawn to the mysteries that lay among the stars. One crisp evening, as the light from the twin moons bathed the landscape in a silver glow, Solin noticed a peculiar sight in the sky. A streak of vivid color, unlike anything he had seen before, arced across the heavens and descended rapidly towards a nearby meadow. With a heart full of both trepidation and curiosity, Solin set off to investigate. As he approached the site, he found an unusual craft, sleek and metallic, nestled amidst the luminescent blooms. It was unlike any vessel Solin had ever imagined, and from within its shimmering hull emerged a being of a sort he had never seen. This new creature was of the Kralian species, hailing from a distant planet where the skies were perpetually cloaked in storm clouds. The Kralian was tall, with skin that mirrored the colors of thunderous storms, eyes like liquid amber, and graceful, flowing movements. The Kralian's name was Zephyr, and he had been on a journey to explore the farthest reaches of the galaxy when his ship encountered an unexpected meteor shower that sent him spiraling off course. Now stranded on an unfamiliar world, Zephyr found himself face to face with Solin, whose light cast a welcoming glow across the meadow. Solin, with his innate warmth and curiosity, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome to Luminara," he said softly, hoping his words conveyed the warmth he felt. Zephyr, though initially wary, was moved by Solin's kind gesture and responded with a nod, though he spoke in a language foreign to Solin's ears. Thus began a relationship that would deepen into a profound friendship, though not without its challenges. At first, Solin and Zephyr struggled to communicate, their words lost in translation, their gestures sometimes misinterpreted. But where words failed, they discovered a language of the heart, one of shared experiences and mutual understanding. As days turned to weeks, Solin helped Zephyr repair his damaged ship, the two working side by side amidst the fields of light. Solin would show Zephyr the wonders of Luminara, the way the flowers sang in the evening breeze, how the stars danced in the night sky, and the gentle hum of life that pulsed through the planet. In return, Zephyr shared stories of his stormy home world, where the skies rumbled with the music of thunder and rain danced like silver threads. He spoke of the Kralian art of storm weaving, where they would shape the clouds into breathtaking patterns, creating beauty in the midst of tempest. As they toiled together, a bond formed, one that transcended words. Solin admired Zephyr's resilience, the way he faced adversity with quiet strength. Zephyr in turn found solace in Solin's unwavering light, a beacon of hope that shone even in the darkest of times. One evening, as they sat under the canopy of the star-strewn sky, a sudden storm swept over Luminara, an unusual occurrence for the tranquil planet. The winds howled and the flowers bowed under the force of the tempest. Solin watched in awe and concern as Zephyr stood, eyes closed, embracing the storm. In that moment, Solin understood the beauty Zephyr saw in the chaos, how he found peace within the eye of the storm. And as Zephyr raised his arms to the sky, the storm seemed to respond, swirling around him in a dance of energy and light. Solin joined him, allowing his luminescent glow to merge with the storm, creating a spectacle of color and sound that lit up the night. In the aftermath of the storm, as the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, Solin and Zephyr sat side by side, their hearts full of newfound understanding. They had discovered that true friendship was not about erasing differences, but embracing them, finding strength in each other's unique qualities and creating harmony from discord. As Zephyr's ship neared completion, the thought of parting weighed heavy on their hearts. Yet they knew that their friendship would transcend distance, a bond forged in the trials they had faced together. Solin promised to visit the stormy world of Krylaya, eager to see the land of thunderous skies and to learn the art of storm weaving from his dear friend. When the day finally came for Zephyr to depart, Solin stood by his side, their hands clasped in a promise of enduring friendship. As Zephyr's ship ascended into the sky, Solin watched until it became a mere speck among the stars, his heart filled with both longing and gratitude. And so, in the quiet corner of the galaxy, where stars wove a glittering tapestry across the deep velvet of space, two souls from different worlds had discovered the true meaning of friendship. Through light and storm, they had found not only each other, but also themselves, their hearts forever linked by the shared journey they had embarked upon. And in the gentle glow of Luminara's eternal night, Solin's light shone a little brighter, a beacon of hope and friendship that would guide him through all the adventures yet to come. Story 24. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, lay the village of Willowbrook. It was a place where the mist from the nearby river often lingered in the morning, wrapping around the cottages like a soft, silvery shawl. The villagers were as warm as the thick woolen blankets that they draped over their shoulders, and a sense of peace seemed to hum in the air, like the gentle strumming of a harp. The heart of Willowbrook was the village square, where cobblestone paths converged and a great, gnarled oak tree stood guard. This oak was no ordinary tree. Its branches were said to whisper secrets from the past to those who listened closely enough. At the base of the tree was a small, glittering pond, home to a family of friendly water sprites who danced on the surface and greeted villagers with cheerful splashes. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves rustled through the air, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers awoke to find that their belongings had been mysteriously rearranged in the night. Candles were swapped with teacups, slippers found nestled in bread baskets, and hats perched on the tops of broomsticks. Though nothing was taken, the peculiar happenings left the village buzzing with curiosity. At the center of this mystery stood a thoughtful young woman named Clara. With twinkling eyes and a knack for noticing the little things, she was the village's unofficial detective. Clara loved nothing more than to unravel a good puzzle, and this rearrangement of objects was the most delightful kind. As the sun cast its warm glow over the village, Clara set off to seek advice from the wisest creature in Willowbrook, the great owl. Perched high in the oak tree, the owl's feathers shimmered like moonlit snow, and its eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Great owl," Clara called softly as she reached the base of the tree, "can you help me understand the curious happenings in our village?" The great owl blinked slowly, considering her question. "Ah, the mischief of the night," it hooted with a voice as smooth as honey. "This is the work of the pucklings, playful spirits who thrive on laughter and gentle mischief. They mean no harm, but they do love a good game." Clara nodded, her curiosity piqued. How might we encourage them to reveal themselves, and perhaps join us in their games rather than play them alone? The great owl chuckled softly, a sound like the rustle of leaves. The pucklings are drawn to joy and creativity. Offer them a riddle or a song, something to engage their curious minds, and they may be tempted to appear. Armed with this advice, Clara returned to the village square. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, she gathered the villagers. Together, they crafted a plan to entice the pucklings into the open. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the villagers assembled by the oak tree. They lit lanterns that cast a warm, golden glow across the square, and Clara began to sing a gentle melody that floated through the air like a lullaby. After the song, she recited a riddle, her voice clear and inviting. In the morning I am silent. In the evening I am bright. I am loved by those who seek me. Yet I vanish with the night. What am I? As the last note of the riddle faded, a soft giggle echoed through the square. Slowly the pucklings began to appear, their forms shimmering like moonbeams, with eyes that sparkled with mischief and delight. We know your riddle, piped one of the pucklings, its voice as light as the breeze. It is the star, of course. The villagers clapped and laughed, welcoming the pucklings into their circle. Clara smiled, her heart warm with the joy of friendship. You are clever indeed, she said, and welcome among us. Perhaps instead of rearranging our things, you might join us in our stories and songs. The pucklings, thrilled by the invitation, agreed with gleeful nods. From that night on, they became cherished members of the Willowbrook community, their playful presence adding a touch of magic to the villagers' lives. As the seasons turned and the snow began to blanket the village, the pucklings brought laughter and light to the long winter nights. And though the mystery of the rearranged objects was solved, a new tradition of storytelling and song had begun, weaving the village and its magical friends closer together than ever before. In the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the boughs of the ancient oak, the villagers and their new companions gathered each evening by the pond, their laughter mingling with the gentle murmur of the water sprites. And as the stars twinkled above, they knew that true magic lay not just in the enchantments of the world, but in the warmth and wonder of friendship and shared joys. Story 25. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle rolling hills of a quaint village, there was a small cobblestone cottage with a garden that seemed to blossom in tune with the seasons. In this cottage lived a young girl named Lily, whose heart was as tender as the petals of the morning dew-kissed roses she adored. Her days were filled with the soft rustle of leaves, the cheerful chirping of sparrows, and the sweet perfume of lilacs wafting through the warm summer air. One sunlit afternoon, while exploring the attic of her cottage, Lily discovered an object that would forever change the course of her life. A wooden box, intricately carved with twisting vines and tiny flowers that seemed to dance in the flickering light. The box was small enough to fit in the palm of her hand, yet it radiated an aura of gentle warmth, as if imbued with a secret long forgotten. With curious fingers, Lily opened the lid, revealing an array of shimmering glass beads, each one a different hue of the rainbow. The moment she touched them, a soft melody filled the room, a tune so soothing and familiar that it felt like a lullaby sung by the stars themselves. Entranced, Lily discovered that each bead held a unique magic. When held, they whispered stories of the world beyond her village, tales of wonder and wisdom. Eager to learn more, Lily sought the counsel of the village elder, an old woman named Hazel with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Hazel lived in a cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by towering oak trees and a collection of wind chimes that sang with every breeze. "Ah, young Lily," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, her voice as comforting as a grandmother's embrace. "I see you found the box of whispers. It is said to be a gift from the earth itself, given to those with a heart pure enough to listen. Lily listened intently as Hazel explained that each bead held the wisdom of ages, enchanting tales that could guide her through life's challenges. But to uncover their fullest potential, Lily would need to embark on a journey not just of distance, but of self-discovery. With a heart full of anticipation, Lily set off on her adventure, accompanied by two companions she met along the way. First was Oliver, a wise and gentle owl with feathers as soft as spun silver. His eyes twinkled with knowledge and a playful curiosity that matched Lily's own. Then there was Clover, a mischievous rabbit with a heart as big as the moon, whose laughter was as infectious as a bubbling brook. Together they traveled through lush meadows and whispering forests, across babbling brooks and beneath a sky that shifted from dawn's blush to twilight's embrace. With each step, Lily felt the whispering beads guiding her, singing songs of courage and kindness, of wisdom and wonder. Their journey led them to a challenge, a vast, ancient labyrinth made of towering hedges and hidden pathways. It was said to guard the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree held a secret that could only be unlocked with true understanding. As they stood before the labyrinth's entrance, Lily felt a moment of doubt. But Oliver's gentle hoot reminded her of the stories she had learned, and Clover's encouraging nudge filled her with renewed determination. Together they ventured into the maze, listening to the rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of the beads. The labyrinth with its twists and turns seemed daunting at first, but Lily remembered the lessons of the beads, the importance of patience, of seeing with the heart rather than the eyes. She realized that the path to the heart of the forest wasn't about finding the right way, but about understanding the journey itself. With each step, Lily and her friends encountered puzzles that required them to think deeply, to listen to one another, and to trust in their combined wisdom. They solved riddles not by force, but by empathy and insight, learning that every challenge was an opportunity to grow and understand the world more fully. At last they reached the center of the labyrinth, where the ancient tree stood, its branches stretching towards the heavens like an embrace. Beneath its canopy, the air was filled with a serene light, and the whispers of the beads crescendoed into a soothing symphony. As Lily approached the tree, she understood that the secret it held was not a treasure of gold or jewels, but a simple truth. Happiness and fulfillment lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself, in the connections we forge and the wisdom we gather along the way. With this revelation, the beads glowed softly, and Lily felt a profound peace settle within her heart. She knew that she had changed, that she had grown in ways she hadn't imagined. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship, the power of kindness, and the beauty of seeing the world through eyes of wonder. When Lily and her companions returned to the village, they were greeted with joy and warmth. The story of their adventure spread, inspiring others to seek wisdom in their own lives and to cherish the simple, magical moments that lay hidden in everyday life. And so, Lily continued to live in her beloved cottage, her heart forever open to the whispering tales of the beads. Each day she found a new story to cherish, a new lesson to learn, knowing that the world was filled with endless wonder for those who dared to listen. As the years passed, the box of whispers became a cherished heirloom, passed down through generations, its stories continuing to inspire and guide. And though the world changed, the magic of the beads remained constant, a gentle reminder that true wisdom lies in the journey, and that the heart's whisper is the most powerful magic of all. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the soft rustle of the leaves, Lily's story became a lullaby for those who listened, a soothing promise that in the embrace of friendship and the pursuit of wisdom, we find our truest selves. And with that comforting thought, the village would drift into peaceful slumber, dreaming of wondrous adventures yet to come. Story 26. In the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient trees stood tall and proud, there lay a quaint little village named Luminance. It was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and where the sun seemed to filter through the canopy in golden beams, casting a gentle glow on everything it touched. The villagers of Luminvale were a contented folk, living their days in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods their home. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, the villagers noticed something peculiar. The morning dew, usually light and glistening, had become thick and sticky, causing flowers to droop and paths to become slippery. This unusual dew shimmered with a strange, silvery light and seemed to hum with a faint, melodic tune. The village elder, a wise and gentle man named Elder Thistle, gathered the villagers in the center of Luminvale. "Something magical is afoot," he said, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "We must discover the cause of this mysterious dew before it disturbs the balance of our home." Among the villagers was a young girl named Layla, whose curiosity was as boundless as her kindness was deep. Layla had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and a heart that was open to the wonders of the world. With her faithful friend, a fluffy white rabbit named Nimbus, she set out to uncover the mystery of the silvery dew. As Leela and Nimbus wandered through the woods, they noticed that the silvery dew seemed to be emanating from a particular part of the forest, a place known as the Glimmering Glade. The Glimmering Glade was a magical spot where fireflies danced in perpetual twilight, and the air was filled with the soft, tinkling laughter of fairies. Upon reaching the glade, Layla and Nimbus were greeted by a gentle fairy named Eliana. Eliana's wings sparkled like diamonds in the twilight, and her voice was like the softest chime. "Welcome, dear Layla and Nimbus," she said with a warm smile. "I see you have come to unravel the mystery of the glade." Leela nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "The dew is unlike anything we've seen before," she said. "It sings and shimmers, and we fear it might trouble the village." Eliana nodded understandingly. "The dew is indeed magical," she explained. "It is the result of a spell gone awry. A young sprite named Finn, eager to brighten the glade with his magic, accidentally wove too much starlight into his spell, causing the dew to become enchanted." Layla listened intently, her mind as quick as the darting birds. "Perhaps we can help Finn set things right," she suggested, her voice gentle and kind. Eliana beamed at Leela's willingness to help. "I believe you can," she said. "Finn is a spirited sprite, but he can be a bit shy. He will need your friendship and guidance to correct his spell." With Eliana leading the way, Leela and Nimbus ventured deeper into the glade until they found Finn, a small sprite with a cascade of golden curls and eyes that sparkled like the night sky. He was sitting on a mushroom, looking rather forlorn. "Hello, Finn," Leela greeted softly, kneeling down to meet his gaze. "We heard about your magical mishap, and we're here to help." Finn looked up, a mixture of surprise and relief crossing his face. "Oh, thank you," he replied, his voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I didn't mean to cause trouble. I just wanted to make the glade more beautiful." Leela smiled reassuringly. "Everyone makes mistakes, Finn. The important thing is to learn and make things right. Do you know how we can undo the spell?" Finn nodded, his cheeks flushing with hope. "We must gather moonbeams to dilute the starlight," he explained. "If we mix them with morning mist, the dew will return to normal." With a plan in place, the trio set off to gather the necessary ingredients. Leela, with her keen eyes, spotted the delicate strands of moonbeams caught in the branches overhead, while Nimbus gathered the morning mist in a tiny jar. Finn, buoyed by the support of his new friends, wove the moonbeams into a shimmering thread. Once everything was ready, Finn carefully mixed the moonbeam thread with the morning mist, murmuring a gentle incantation. As he spoke, the silvery dew began to transform, its shimmer softening and its tune fading into a sweet, harmonious hum. The flowers lifted their heads, and the paths dried beneath the warmth of the sun. The villagers, watching from the edge of the glade, cheered as the balance was restored. Elder Thistle approached Lila, Nimbus, and Finn, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You've done well, my young friends," he said. "Through kindness and cooperation, you've mended what was broken and learned the value of friendship." Leela grinned, her heart light with happiness. Beside her, Nimbus wiggled his nose in contentment, and Finn's smile was as bright as the morning sun. With the mystery solved and harmony restored, the villagers returned to their homes, grateful for the magic that danced through their lives. And as the sun set over Luminvale, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila, Nimbus, and Finn sat together in the glade, their laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of the whispering woods, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the gentle magic of the world around them. Story 27. In a quaint village nestled between gentle, rolling hills and shimmering, silver streams, there lived a young woman with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Her name was Aveline, and she was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and her love for the stories of old. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the earth, Aveline sat with her grandmother by the hearth. The fire crackled softly, its embers dancing like fireflies in the dim light. Her grandmother, with her hands worn from years of weaving tales and tending to the earth, reached out and touched Aveline's hand. "There is something I wish to share with you, dear one," she began, her voice a soft whisper that seemed to blend with the soothing crackle of the flames. "It is time you learn of the legacy that flows through your veins." Aveline's heart stirred with curiosity, a gentle flutter like the wings of a butterfly. Her grandmother retrieved a small, intricately carved wooden box from the mantel. As she opened it, the air was filled with the faint scent of lavender and cedar, a smell that brought with it memories of stories told and secrets kept. Inside the box lay a delicate, silver amulet, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the firelight. Aveline took it in her hands, feeling its cool weight and the energy that seemed to pulse within it. "This amulet has been passed down through our family for generations," her grandmother explained, her eyes twinkling with a wisdom that seemed to span the ages. "It is said to hold the spirit of our ancestors, their hopes, dreams, and the wisdom they gathered from the earth and stars." Aveline listened intently, her fingers tracing the intricate designs that adorned the amulet. "But what does it mean, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a gentle murmur. Her grandmother smiled, a smile that held the warmth of the summer sun and the quiet strength of the tallest oak. "It means that you are never alone, dear one. Our ancestors are with you, guiding you, and through this amulet you can connect with their strength and wisdom." The next morning, Aveline awoke to a world bathed in the soft, golden light of dawn. She decided to take a walk through the fields that surrounded the village, a place where her ancestors had once tended to the earth and found meaning in its bounty. With the amulet resting close to her heart, she felt a newfound sense of connection to the land and its rich history. As she wandered through the fields, the wind whispered through the tall grasses, carrying with it the secrets of the past. Aveline paused by a great, ancient oak tree, its branches reaching toward the sky like arms in a timeless embrace. She closed her eyes and leaned against its sturdy trunk, feeling the gentle thrum of life that pulsed through it. In that moment, pieces of stories her grandmother had shared began to weave together in her mind, forming a tapestry of understanding and belonging. She saw images of her ancestors tending to the land, gathering together in times of celebration and in times of need, always united by the strength of their bond and the wisdom they shared. Aveline realized that the amulet was more than just a link to the past. It was a symbol of the love and unity that had sustained her family through generations. It was a reminder that the strength of the roots beneath the earth was as vital as the branches that reached for the sky. With this realization, Aveline felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. She knew that the lessons of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living truths that could guide her in the present. She returned to the village with a heart full of gratitude and a soul enriched by the knowledge of her heritage. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the vast, velvety sky, Aveline joined her grandmother by the hearth once more. She shared her newfound insights, her words flowing like a gentle stream, and her grandmother listened with a knowing smile. "You have found your place among the stars, dear one," her grandmother said softly, her voice filled with love and pride. "Remember, you are part of a legacy that is as endless as the sky and as enduring as the earth." And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Aveline felt the comforting embrace of her ancestors, knowing that she was never truly alone. With each passing day, she carried the wisdom of the past into her present, her heart a beacon of light and love in the tapestry of time. As the fire's glow softened and the night embraced the village in its serene hold, Aveline drifted into slumber, cradled by the stories of old, her dreams filled with the gentle hum of her heritage, a lullaby of belonging and peace that would guide her through the nights and days to come. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a far-off land where dreams danced among the stars, there lived a young wanderer named Leela. Her heart was filled with an insatiable curiosity and a yearning for adventure that could never be quenched. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sunlight peeked through the mist-laden forest, Leela set out on a journey into the unknown. Her path led her deeper and deeper into the ancient woods, where towering trees twisted their roots like dancers frozen in time. As she ventured further, the world around her began to shift and transform. The air grew thick with the scent of wildflowers and honeysuckle, and the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets of the forest's past. Leela's eyes widened in wonder as she stumbled upon a clearing, unlike anything she had ever seen before. In the center of this enchanted glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching up towards the heavens like 1,000 outstretched arms. Its bark shimmered with 1,000 hues, from the deepest emerald to the most vibrant shades of amethyst and sapphire. Leela reached out her hand, half expecting the colors to fade at her touch, but they danced and swirled around her fingers like living flames. Suddenly, a flurry of movement caught her eye, and she gasped in delight as a host of tiny, winged creatures emerged from the heart of the tree. They were no larger than her thumb, their gossamer wings shimmering with stardust, and their faces alight with curiosity. "Welcome, wanderer," one of the tiny beings chirped, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "You have stumbled upon the heartwood, a place where dreams take root and blossom into reality." Leela could scarcely believe her eyes as the creatures began to weave their magic, conjuring up visions of distant lands and fantastical beasts. She saw towering mountains capped with snow that glittered like diamonds, and vast oceans that danced with the colors of 1,000 sunsets. As the visions unfolded before her, Leela felt her heart swell with a sense of wonder and possibility. She realized that the true adventure lay not in the unknown places she sought, but in the courage to embrace the mysteries that life had to offer. With each passing moment, the enchanted glade revealed new marvels and challenges. Leela found herself navigating through a maze of living vines that twisted and turned, testing her resourcefulness and determination. She faced down a playful but mischievous band of forest sprites, who delighted in leading her astray, only to be outwitted by her quick wit and open-hearted nature. Through it all, Leela remained steadfast, her spirit buoyed by the beauty and magic that surrounded her. And as the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the heartwood, she found herself back in the clearing, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the wondrous journey she had undertaken. As she turned to leave, the tiny winged creatures gathered around her, their voices mingling in a chorus of farewell. "Remember, wanderer," they sang, "the greatest adventures are found not in the places we seek, but in the courage to embrace the unknown with an open heart and a curious mind." With those parting words echoing in her ears, Leela set off towards home, her spirit renewed and her soul forever changed by the magic of the heartwood. From that day forward, she carried the memory of her enchanted journey like a talisman, a reminder that even in the most ordinary moments, the world around us is brimming with wonder and possibility, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it out. Story 29. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic hummed softly beneath the surface of everyday life. The village of Willowbrook was known for its serene landscapes, where cobblestone paths wound through fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, and where every evening a warm golden sunset would paint the sky in hues of pink and orange. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, who had an inquisitive mind and a heart as warm as a summer's day. Lila was known for her love of stories and her curiosity about the world around her. Her days were filled with adventures in the meadows and afternoons spent under the shade of the ancient oak tree, where she would listen to the tales of the elders. One day, as the villagers went about their usual routines, a series of strange occurrences began to unfold. It started with the sudden disappearance of the village's beloved bellflowers, which usually adorned every window box and garden. These flowers, known for their vibrant blue petals and sweet scent, had mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving only empty stems swaying in the morning breeze. Puzzled and a bit concerned, the villagers gathered in the town square to discuss the mystery. The wise old storyteller, Grandmother Willow, suggested that perhaps the flowers had been spirited away by the mischievous wind sprites who were known to play tricks on occasion. But Lila, with her keen sense of observation, felt there might be more to the story. Determined to uncover the truth, Layla embarked on a gentle quest to solve the mystery. She began by visiting the village's enchanted library, a place where books whispered secrets of the past and future. As she leafed through a dusty tome, a friendly creature known as a whiskerwing, a small, winged cat with shimmering fur, fluttered down from the shelves. "Looking for something, dear Layla," purred the whiskerwing, its eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Yes," replied Leela with a smile. "I'm trying to understand why our bellflowers have vanished. Have you heard anything in your travels?" The whiskerwing tilted its head, pondering. "I did hear the rustle of leaves and the chatter of the forest folk. They spoke of a gentle creature, a night blossom nymph who wanders through gardens at twilight, collecting petals to weave into starlit dreams." Intrigued by this revelation, Leela thanked the whiskerwing and set off towards the edge of the village, where the forest began. As dusk settled, she tiptoed along the path, guided by the soft glow of fireflies that danced in the air like tiny lanterns. Deep in the woods, she found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight. There among the shadows, she spotted a delicate figure, the night blossom nymph herself. The nymph was weaving a garland of blue petals, her touch so gentle that it seemed as though the flowers bloomed anew in her hands. Leela approached quietly, her heart full of wonder. "Excuse me," she called softly, not wanting to startle the nymph. "I hope I'm not intruding, but I was curious about the missing bellflowers." The nymph looked up, her eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky. "I meant no harm," she explained in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I take only what is needed to create dreams that bring peace and joy. The flowers will return with the dawn, I promise." Understanding now that the nymph's intentions were pure and kind, Layla smiled warmly. "Thank you for sharing your magic with us," she said. "Perhaps we could help you gather petals in the future, so that our village can share in the beauty of your dreams." The nymph nodded, her smile serene and grateful. And so, with a newfound friendship between the village and the magical creatures of the forest, the mystery of the missing bellflowers was gently solved. True to the nymph's word, the bellflowers reappeared the next morning, their blooms more vibrant than ever. The villagers rejoiced, and from that day forward they cherished the visits of the night blossom nymph, knowing that her presence brought a touch of magic and wonder to their simple lives. And as for Leela, she continued her adventures, always eager to learn and to help, her heart guided by the gentle wisdom of the world around her. She knew that every mystery held a story, and every story had the power to bring people together, just like the crackling fire that warmed their hearts on a chilly night. And so, as the stars twinkled above Willowbrook, the village nestled into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that they were a part of a world where magic and friendship intertwined as seamlessly as the petals of a flower. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, a realm of enchantment thrived. This forest, known as the Verdant Sanctuary, stretched far and wide, its boundaries fading into a haze of emerald mist. Here, the natural world and magic intertwined seamlessly, creating a haven where the lives of creatures unfolded like a delicate tapestry. As twilight descended, the forest awoke with a symphony of sounds. The rustling leaves played a gentle melody, while the soft hoot of an owl echoed through the canopy. Fireflies began their evening dance, their tiny lanterns flickering like the stars that would soon grace the night sky. In this serene setting, beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient oak, lived a rabbit named Brindle. His fur was a patchwork of earthy browns and grays, blending perfectly with the forest floor. Brindle was no ordinary rabbit. He possessed a wisdom that belied his small stature, a gift passed down through generations. His family had long been the keepers of the forest's harmony, ensuring that every creature thrived in their rightful place. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun's golden rays filtered through the leaves, Brindle noticed something amiss. The air was tense, and the usual chatter of birds was subdued. He hopped along the winding paths, his keen eyes scanning for clues. It wasn't long before he came upon a circle of worried animals gathered in a sun-dappled clearing. At the center of the circle stood Alder the fox, his sleek fur glowing like burnished copper in the morning light. Alder was known for his quick wit and gentle heart, always ready with a clever solution to any problem. Around him, creatures of every kind had assembled: squirrels, deer, hedgehogs, and even a pair of doves perched on a low branch. "Friends," Alder began, his voice carrying the weight of concern, "it seems that the balance of our beloved forest is threatened. The river that runs through its heart has begun to dwindle, and its waters grow sluggish." A murmur of distress rippled through the assembly. The river was the lifeblood of the forest, sustaining all who called this place home. Without its nourishing flow, the delicate balance of their world would unravel. Brindle stepped forward, his eyes thoughtful. "We must discover the cause and restore the river to its former vigor," he suggested softly, his voice like a gentle breeze. "Together we can find a way." The animals nodded, their trust in Brindle's wisdom evident in their eyes. With a plan forming, they set off along the river's banks, following its winding path deeper into the forest. As they journeyed, the air grew cooler, and the vibrant colors of autumn leaves carpeted the ground beneath their feet. The river, once a lively ribbon of blue, now trickled weakly, its banks edged with dry, cracked earth. Brindle's sensitive nose picked up a faint, unfamiliar scent carried on the breeze, a scent that spoke of something out of place in this natural haven. They soon arrived at the source of the problem. An ancient stone dam, partially crumbled and overgrown with moss, was blocking the river's flow. It had been strong and steadfast for centuries, guiding the water's course. But now, time and neglect had taken their toll. Alder examined the stones, his sharp eyes noting the gaps where water struggled to seep through. "The dam has weakened," he mused, "yet it is not beyond repair." With a twinkle of determination, Brindle hopped forward. "We can rebuild it stronger than before. Together, as one forest, we can restore its strength and ensure the river flows freely." The animals set to work, each contributing their unique skills. The beavers, with their remarkable craftsmanship, gathered fallen branches and logs. The birds, nimble and light, wove sturdy vines between the stones. Even the squirrels, with their nimble paws, carried pebbles to fill the gaps. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, the dam stood tall once more. The water, freed from its constraints, surged forward with a joyful rush, the river's song swelling in triumph. As the creatures gathered to admire their handiwork, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet a crystal note in the forest's melody. The rain cleansed the air, its fresh scent mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil and fallen leaves. Brindle looked around at his friends, his heart swelling with gratitude and pride. In working together, we have not only saved our river, but strengthened the bonds that tie us to this land and to each other. The animals nodded, their hearts warmed by the truth of his words. As they returned to their homes, the forest hummed with a renewed sense of harmony, the balance restored. Under the light of a crescent moon, Brindle settled into his burrow, the soft earth cradling him like a gentle embrace. As he drifted into a peaceful slumber, he knew that the wisdom of the forest would continue to flourish, passed down through each generation, ensuring that the Verdant sanctuary remained a haven of magic and peace. And so, within the heart of that ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to unfold, their stories interwoven with the timeless rhythm of the earth. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering pines leaned toward each other like old friends exchanging secrets, lived a community of creatures hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. This was a place where sunlight dripped like golden honey through the canopy, and the air was perpetually spiced with the scent of earth and growing things. Here the natural world thrived in a delicate balance, each creature playing its part in a harmonious symphony orchestrated by the seasons. The forest was home to a wise old owl named Thistle, whose feathers were a tapestry of soft grays and browns, blending seamlessly with the dappled shadows of the trees. Thistle had lived through many cycles of the moon, and had seen the forest change with the turning of the years. She spent her nights perched on the highest branch of the ancient oak, her eyes like amber lanterns glowing in the dark, watching over the forest with a gentle wisdom that comforted all who lived under her gaze. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to hues of fire and gold, a young squirrel named Pip scampered up the oak to seek Thistle's counsel. Pip's tiny heart was racing, his fluffy tail twitching with a mix of excitement and apprehension. He had noticed something unusual. The winds that usually danced playfully through the trees at this time of year seemed to carry a different song, one of urgency and change. "Wise Thistle," Pip chittered, his voice a soft symphony of rustling leaves, "the winds speak of a great storm approaching. What does it mean for our forest?" Thistle blinked slowly, her eyes reflecting the myriad stars that freckled the night sky. "Ah, dear Pip," she hooted softly, her voice as soothing as the warm embrace of a grandmother's shawl, "the winds are indeed our messengers. This storm is a part of the forest's ancient rhythm. It will bring change, but also renewal. Fear not, for the forest has faced many such storms before." Pip listened intently, the gentle hoots of Thistle weaving a calming tapestry around his anxious heart. "But how will we prepare?" he asked, his voice a mere whisper beneath the rustling leaves. "The forest will guide us," Thistle replied. "Each of us has a role. The trees will brace their roots deep into the earth, the birds will find shelter in the hollowed trunks, and you, dear Pip, will gather the forgotten acorns and seeds, ensuring that new life will flourish after the storm has passed." Pip nodded, a newfound resolve glimmering in his bright eyes. He scampered down the oak, his feet a soft patter against the bark, eager to play his part in the forest's grand design. As the days passed, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The creatures of the forest worked in quiet harmony, moving with the surety of those who had lived through many seasons. The deer nibbled at the tender grass, storing energy for the days ahead, while the bees buzzed busily, sealing their hives with wax to protect their precious honey. On the eve of the storm, the sky turned a deep, swirling gray, and the first drops of rain began to fall, each one a cool caress against the earth. The wind sang its wild melody, rustling the branches of the trees in a dance that was both fierce and graceful. In a hollow beneath the oak, Pip lay curled with his fellow squirrels, the warmth of their bodies a comforting balm against the chill air. Above them Thistle perched watchfully, her feathers ruffled by the wind but her spirit calm and steady. The storm raged through the night, its power both awe-inspiring and humbling. Lightning illuminated the forest in brief, brilliant flashes, while thunder rumbled like a great beast stirring in its sleep. Yet amidst the chaos there was a sense of peace, a reminder that this too was part of nature's plan. When dawn broke, it was as if the world had been washed clean. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the fresh scent of rain and earth. Sunlight burst through the clouds, painting the forest in a palette of vibrant greens and soft golds. Pip emerged from the hollow, blinking in the bright light of the new day. Around him, the forest was alive with the sound of renewal. Birds sang joyfully from the treetops, and the leaves glistened with droplets of rain, each one a tiny prism reflecting the morning light. As he scampered through the forest, Pip paused to inspect the seeds and acorns he had gathered. Already tiny shoots were pushing their way through the soil, a testament to the resilience and beauty of life. He smiled, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. He had played his part, and the forest was grateful. High above, Thistle watched with a knowing smile. The forest had weathered another storm, and its creatures had grown wiser and stronger through the experience. As the seasons continued their endless cycle, the lessons of the storm would be passed down, woven into the very fabric of the forest's being. And so the ancient forest thrived, a living testament to the power of harmony and balance, where each creature, no matter how small, played an essential role in the tapestry of life. As the sun set behind the distant hills, casting a warm glow over the land, a sense of peace settled over the forest, and all its inhabitants, from the tiniest beetle to the oldest tree, knew that they were home. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Corin. Corin was known throughout the village for his craftsmanship, crafting intricate wooden toys that brought joy to children and adults alike. However, despite the happiness he brought to others, Corin found himself struggling with an inner restlessness that he couldn't quite understand. He felt a yearning for something, a change he couldn't name, and it gnawed at him like the chill of an impending storm. The village itself was a tapestry of cozy cottages with thatched roofs, gardens bursting with vibrant flowers, and cobblestone paths that wound through the heart of the community like gentle streams. The air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and blooming jasmine, and the villagers greeted each other with warmth and affection as they went about their daily lives. Corin's workshop stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began its soft murmur. It was a place of comfort and creativity, filled with the scent of pine shavings and the soothing sound of wood being gently shaped. But lately Corin found his hands faltering, his mind wandering to distant thoughts of change and transformation. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Corin decided to take a walk through the forest. He hoped that the quiet of the woods might help him find some clarity. The forest was a magical place, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the earth was soft and welcoming beneath his feet. As Corin wandered deeper into the woods, he came upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching high into the sky. At the base of the tree sat an old woman, her hair silver as moonlight and her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Hello, dear Corin," she greeted, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "I've been expecting you." Corin blinked in surprise. "How do you know my name?" The old woman chuckled softly. "This forest holds many secrets, and I am one of them. I am Myern, the guardian of this grove. I sense you are troubled, seeking something you cannot quite grasp." Corin nodded, feeling the weight of his unspoken worries lift slightly in her presence. I feel lost, like there's a part of me calling for change, but I don't know how to find it. Myron smiled kindly, her eyes gleaming with understanding. Change is a journey, dear one, not a destination. Let me show you something. With a wave of her hand, the forest around them shimmered with a soft, golden light. Corin watched in awe as the light formed into images, scenes of his life unfolding like pages of a storybook. He saw himself as a child, playing in the same forest, filled with wonder and dreams. He saw the moments of joy and sorrow, the laughter shared with friends, the love of his family, and the quiet moments of solitude where he sought answers within himself. These are the moments that shape you, Myron said, her voice a gentle echo in the glade. Embrace them, and they will guide you. Corin watched as the images faded, leaving a warmth in his heart that he hadn't felt in a long time. But how do I embrace change? He asked, looking to Myron for guidance. Change begins within, Myron replied, handing him a small, shimmering acorn. Plant this at the foot of the oak. It will grow as you grow, a symbol of your journey. Corin took the acorn, feeling its warmth in his palm. With a deep breath, he knelt at the base of the ancient oak and buried the acorn in the rich, fertile soil. As he did, he felt a shift within himself, a gentle unlocking of something long dormant. Thank you, Myron, Corin said, gratitude filling his voice. Myron nodded, her eyes alight with a knowing gleam. Remember, Corin, you are never alone on this path. The forest is with you, as am I. With those words, Myron faded into the forest, leaving Corin standing in the clearing, a newfound sense of purpose blooming within him. As the days turned into weeks, Corin returned to his workshop, his heart brimming with inspiration. He found joy in his work once more, crafting toys that sparkled with a new magic, each piece infused with the lessons he had learned in the forest. The villagers marveled at his creations, sensing the transformation in his spirit. Corin also visited the clearing often, watching as the acorn he planted began to sprout and grow. It was a reminder of his own journey, the beauty of personal discovery mirrored in the delicate leaves unfurling towards the sun. And so Corin found peace in the embrace of change, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the kindness of those around him. He learned that transformation was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life's tapestry, a dance of beginnings and endings woven together by the threads of experience and love. In the quiet of the village, under the light of the moon, Corin's heart echoed with the gentle melody of growth and renewal. And as he lay down to sleep, he felt the warmth of the forest surrounding him, a comforting reminder that he was exactly where he needed to be. Story 33. In the heart of a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young girl named Layla. Her days were spent wandering through wildflower meadows, her imagination fueled by tales of enchantment whispered by the wind. Leela had a way of seeing magic in the mundane, a gift passed down from her grandmother, who often spoke of the world beyond what eyes could see. One sunny afternoon, as the golden light trickled through the leafy canopy of the woodlands, Leela stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. With gentle fingers, Leela brushed away the earth, revealing the box in its entirety. As she opened it, a soft melody floated into the air, as if the box were a vessel containing the very essence of a lullaby. Inside lay a delicate, shimmering key, unlike any she had ever seen, its surface etched with symbols that glowed faintly, like moonlight on a still lake. Curiosity sparked within her, and she felt a pull towards the unknown possibilities that the key might unlock. Leela decided to consult her dear friend Rowan, a wise old storyteller with eyes that twinkled like stars. Rowan lived in a cozy cottage filled with books and artifacts from his many adventures, each with a story waiting to unfold. As Leela entered Rowan's home, the scent of spiced tea and the warmth of the hearth enveloped her, creating a cocoon of comfort. She showed the key to Rowan, who examined it with great interest. "Ah, my dear Leela," he mused, "this key is no ordinary artifact. It is said to unlock the door to the realm of forgotten wonders, a place where the impossible becomes possible." Rowan explained that the realm was a world parallel to their own, where every forgotten dream and lost memory found sanctuary. To enter, one must possess a heart full of wonder and a spirit untainted by doubt. Intrigued, Leela resolved to embark on a journey to this mysterious realm, hoping to uncover its secrets and perhaps bring a piece of its magic back to her world. Rowan decided to accompany Leela, offering guidance and companionship. Together, they followed the soft melody that resonated from the box, leading them through forests that whispered ancient secrets, across meadows that danced with wildflowers, and over streams that sang with the voices of the past. Along the way, they encountered various helpers. There was a wise old owl named Eldra, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight. Eldra offered cryptic yet insightful advice, reminding Leela that true vision often comes from within. Then there was Finn, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, who led them through winding paths and shared tales of bravery and kindness. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with magic, and Leela felt a gentle tug at her heart, guiding her with a sense of purpose. At last they arrived at an ancient, vine-covered gate, standing tall and proud amidst the surrounding foliage. The air around it shimmered with an ethereal glow. Leela knew instinctively that this was the gateway to the realm of forgotten wonders. Heart pounding with excitement, she inserted the key into the lock. With a soft click, the gate swung open, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. They stepped into a realm where time flowed like a gentle river, and every corner was filled with wonders beyond imagination. Trees bore fruit that glowed with inner light, and streams flowed with colors that danced and twinkled like stars. Yet as they wandered, they discovered that the realm was not without its challenges. A dense fog lingered over certain parts, obscuring paths and hiding truths. Leela realized that to navigate this world, she must rely on her heart and the wisdom of her companions. It was in the heart of this realm that Leela faced her greatest challenge. A vast lake lay before her, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky. Here she learned that the realm's magic was sustained by the dreams and hopes of those who visited. But a shadow threatened its harmony, a shadow born of forgotten fears and unspoken regrets. Leela sat by the lake's edge, contemplating how to dispel the shadow. It was then that Eldra's words came back to her, reminding her that true vision and strength came from within. With Rowan by her side, Leela closed her eyes and listened, not with her ears but with her heart. In the stillness she found the source of the shadow, a forgotten dream from her own past, a fear of not being enough. With newfound clarity, she gently embraced her fear, transforming it into a promise of self-compassion and acceptance. As she did, the shadow dissolved and the fog lifted, revealing the realm in its full splendor. With the realm restored, Leela and Rowan knew it was time to return. They left with their hearts full, carrying the essence of the realm's magic back to their world. The journey had changed Leela, teaching her that the greatest magic lay not in the realm itself, but in the courage to believe in oneself and the wisdom to see beyond illusions. Back in their village, Leela shared her story with others, infusing their days with wonder and hope. And every now and then, when the world felt heavy, she would open the little wooden box, letting its melody remind her of the wonders that lay both beyond and within. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leela's village became a little brighter, a little more magical, nurtured by the dreams and kindness of one brave girl and her companions. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, the village nestled into the night, safe and serene, cradled by the gentle promise of tomorrow's dawn. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. With her wild curls and twinkling eyes, she was a spirited soul, always eager to explore the world around her. One crisp autumn day, Willow was rummaging through her grandmother's attic, a dusty treasure trove of forgotten wonders. Amidst the cluttered shelves, her gaze fell upon an old, tarnished lantern. Curiosity piqued, she lifted it from its resting place, and to her astonishment, the lantern began to glow with a warm, golden light. As Willow's fingers traced the intricate patterns etched upon its surface, a gentle voice emerged from within. "Greetings, young one," it whispered. "I am the Lantern of Dreams, a keeper of stories and guardian of imagination." Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but the lantern assured her, "Fear not, my child. This light holds no darkness, only the promise of adventure." And so began Willow's extraordinary journey, guided by the lantern's wisdom and the whispers of its tales. With each flickering flame, a new story unfolded, transporting Willow to realms beyond her wildest dreams. Along the way, she encountered a cast of delightful companions, each with their own unique charm. There was Piper, a mischievous rabbit with a penchant for riddles, and Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches sheltered countless secrets. Together they embarked on wondrous quests, exploring enchanted forests, soaring above clouds, and diving beneath sparkling seas. The lantern's stories wove tapestries of courage, friendship, and resilience, teaching Willow valuable lessons about the world and herself. One day, as they ventured into the heart of a misty valley, they encountered a great challenge. A dark cloud of doubt and fear had settled over the land, casting a gloomy shadow over its inhabitants. The lantern grew dim, its stories fading into whispers. Willow knew that brute force would not dispel this darkness. Instead, she turned inward, recalling the wisdom she had gained from her companions and the lantern's tales. With a deep breath, she began to share her own stories, weaving threads of hope, love, and understanding. Slowly but surely, the dark cloud began to dissipate, warmth and light returning to the valley. As the lantern's glow rekindled, Willow realized that its true magic lay not only in the stories it told, but also in the ones it inspired within her heart. She had found the courage to face her fears, the strength to overcome obstacles, and the compassion to illuminate even the darkest of places. From that day forward, Willow carried the Lantern of Dreams with her wherever she went, its flickering flame a constant reminder of the power of imagination and the beauty of storytelling. And as she drifted off to sleep each night, she could hear the lantern's whispers, inviting her to dream once more, for within those dreams lay the seeds of countless adventures yet to unfold. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Layla. Layla had eyes the color of autumn leaves and hair like spun gold, and she wore a smile that seemed to brighten even the gloomiest of days. She lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman who had taught her the secrets of the forest and the songs of the birds. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and orange, Layla decided to explore the attic of their cottage. It was a place she had not ventured into often, filled with dust-covered treasures and forgotten memories. As she climbed the creaky wooden stairs, the air grew thick with the scent of old wood and lavender. Among the cobwebbed corners and stacks of weathered books, Leela's eyes were drawn to a peculiar object. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirls and patterns that seemed to dance in the gentle light streaming through the attic window. Curious, she reached out and gingerly opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a shimmering glass sphere. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen, its surface swirling with colors that shifted and changed with each movement. As she held it in her hands, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a strange sense of calm and wonder. Just then a soft voice echoed in the attic, gentle and melodic. "Ah, you found the sphere of wishes," it said. Startled, Leela looked around and saw a tiny figure perched upon a stack of books. It was a miniature griffin, no larger than a kitten, with feathers of gold and eyes that twinkled like stars. "Who are you?" Leela asked, her voice a mix of surprise and delight. "I am Griff, guardian of the sphere," the little creature replied with a proud puff of his feathery chest. "This sphere holds the power to grant one true wish, but it comes with a challenge. To unlock its magic, you must embark on a journey of understanding." Intrigued and filled with a sense of adventure, Layla agreed to the challenge. With Griff perched on her shoulder, she set off on a path that led through the village and into the heart of the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the trees whispered secrets to the wind as they walked. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, Leela and Griff encountered a wise old owl named Orin, who watched them with kind, knowing eyes. To unlock the sphere's magic, Orin hooted softly, you must first learn the language of the heart. Listen closely, and you will find the answers you seek. With Orin's guidance, Leela spent days learning to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She learned to hear the unspoken words in a friend's smile, the gentle comfort in a stranger's kindness, and the quiet strength in her own heart. Through this journey, she discovered the power of empathy and understanding. Along the way, they met a mischievous squirrel named Squeak, who loved to collect acorns and tell tall tales. Squeak taught Leela the value of laughter and the importance of finding joy in the little things. With each new friend and lesson, the colors within the sphere grew brighter, reflecting the growth within Layla's heart. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the forest, Layla and her newfound friends gathered by a babbling brook. It was there, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, that Leela realized her true wish. "I wish," she whispered, holding the sphere close, "for a world where everyone listens with their hearts and finds understanding in each other." As the words left her lips, the sphere glowed with a radiant light, and the colors within swirled into a brilliant rainbow. The magic of the sphere had been unlocked, not by force or power, but by the wisdom and kindness Leela had found on her journey. With a gentle sigh, the sphere dissolved into a shower of sparkling lights that danced through the air, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. Griff, Orin, and Squeak all smiled, their eyes shining with pride and joy. Together they returned to the village, where Leela shared her newfound wisdom and the magic of listening with her friends and neighbors. Slowly the village became a place where understanding flourished and hearts grew ever closer. As the years passed, Leela grew into a wise woman, much like her grandmother, sharing stories of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. And though the sphere of wishes was gone, its magic lived on in the hearts of all who listened and understood. And so, under the gentle glow of the evening stars, the village thrived in harmony, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and a single wish made with an open heart. And with that, Leela's story came to a gentle close, leaving behind a world bathed in the soft light of understanding and love. Story 36. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets of old and the air was sweet with the scent of moss and earth, there existed a realm where time seemed to slow its relentless march. Here the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dapples of gold, painting the forest floor with patterns that danced with the gentle sway of the leaves above. This was a place where magic dwelled quietly among the roots and branches, a hidden world alive with the hum of life in perfect harmony. In this enchanted forest there lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of nature. Among them was a gentle deer named Bramble, whose coat shimmered like autumn leaves kissed by the morning sun. Bramble was known throughout the forest for his kindness and wisdom, traits that endeared him to all creatures, great and small. His gentle eyes reflected the calm of a moonlit night, and his presence brought comfort to those who sought his counsel. Bramble's closest friend was a lively squirrel named Willow, whose antics and boundless energy were as infectious as spring itself. Willow's fur was a bright auburn, a flash of warmth against the verdant backdrop of their home. She was a spirited soul, always eager to explore the forest's many mysteries, her heart as light as the breeze that rustled through the trees. The forest was a realm of perpetual wonder, where the changing seasons brought their own unique magic. In the spring, delicate blossoms unfurled like tiny stars, painting the landscape with hues of pink and white. Summer followed with its lush, verdant cloak, and the air buzzed with the songs of cicadas and crickets. Autumn arrived in a blaze of crimson and gold, the crisp air carrying the scent of fallen leaves. Winter, though cold, was a time of quiet reflection, when the forest slept beneath a blanket of snow, and the world seemed to hold its breath. One golden autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest, Bramble and Willow sat together beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint aroma of wood smoke from a distant fire. The forest was alive with the sound of leaves rustling gently in the breeze and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. Bramble, Willow chirped, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Have you ever heard the tale of the whispering winds?" Bramble nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "Ah, the whispering winds, it's a tale as old as the forest itself," he replied, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The winds are said to carry the wisdom of the ancients, secrets of the world passed down through countless generations. They speak to those who listen with their hearts." Willow's ears perked up, the prospect of adventure igniting her spirit. "Do you think we could hear them, Bramble? Could we learn the secrets they hold?" Bramble smiled gently, his eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Perhaps we can, my friend, but remember, the winds speak not with words, but with the rustle of leaves and the sigh of the trees. To hear them, we must open our hearts and minds." Determined to seek the wisdom of the whispering winds, Bramble and Willow embarked on a journey through the forest, guided by the golden light of the setting sun. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them, each step a symphony of crunching leaves and whispering branches. The air grew cooler, and the sky deepened to a rich indigo, dotted with the first glimmers of starlight. They traveled deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew older and the air carried a sense of timelessness. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a living presence that hummed beneath their feet and swirled in the air like a gentle melody. As night fell, they reached a clearing bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. The clearing was serene, a tranquil haven where the world seemed to pause in reverent silence. The wind stirred, a soft, gentle breeze that caressed their fur and whispered through the branches. Bramble and Willow settled on the soft grass, their eyes closing as they listened to the symphony of the forest. The wind whispered around them, a chorus of gentle voices that seemed to speak in a language beyond words, a language of feelings and memories. In that moment, Bramble and Willow understood the true magic of the whispering winds. It was not a matter of learning secrets or gaining knowledge, but of feeling connected to the world around them, to the rhythm of nature and the cycle of life. It was a reminder of the balance and harmony that existed within the forest, a delicate dance of light and shadow, growth and decay, life and rebirth. The winds spoke of the importance of living in harmony with the world, of respecting the balance that nature maintained. They shared tales of creatures long gone, of seasons that had come and gone, each leaving its mark upon the land. It was a reminder that every creature, every leaf, every breeze was part of a greater whole, a tapestry of life that stretched beyond the bounds of time and space. As the night deepened and the stars shone brightly overhead, Bramble and Willow sat in quiet contemplation, their hearts full of the wisdom they had received. They felt a deep sense of peace, a connection to the forest that filled them with gratitude and wonder. When at last they rose to return home, the winds followed them, a gentle, reassuring presence that guided their steps through the moonlit forest. The journey back was filled with a newfound appreciation for the beauty and magic that surrounded them, a reminder that they were never truly alone in the vastness of the world. As they reached the familiar comfort of their home, Bramble and Willow paused to gaze at the sky, where a crescent moon hung like a silver smile amid the stars. The forest around them was alive with the gentle sounds of night, a lullaby that lulled them into a peaceful slumber. That night, as they nestled beneath the protective branches of the ancient oak, Bramble and Willow dreamed of the forest's wonders, of the wisdom carried on the winds, and the harmony that bound all things together. And when they awoke with the dawn, the world was anew with the promise of another day, filled with adventure, friendship, and the quiet magic of life. In the heart of the forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Bramble and Willow continued to live in harmony, guardians of the secrets whispered by the winds, keepers of the balance that sustained the world around them. And in their hearts they carried the timeless wisdom of the whispering winds, a gift to be cherished and shared with all who sought the gentle, enduring magic of the forest. Story 37. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees whispered secrets, and the ground was a quilt of moss and wildflowers, lived creatures both known and unknown to the human world. This forest was a realm where time seemed to slow, and the air held the crisp fragrance of pine and earth, mingled with the sweet notes of blooming honeysuckle. The forest was home to a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were a tapestry of tawny and cream, and his eyes held the glow of amber candlelight. Orin had watched over the forest for many seasons, perched high in the boughs of an ancient oak. With each nightfall he spread his wings wide, gliding silently through the moonlit sky, his heart attuned to the harmony that bound the forest together. Near the roots of Orin's oak lived a family of rabbits, their burrow a snug warren lined with soft, dry grass. The matriarch, a gentle doe named Layla, was known for her kind heart and wise spirit. Her coat was the color of rich, dark chocolate, and her eyes sparkled with warmth and intelligence. Each morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the leaves, Leela would lead her family to the dew-drenched meadow, where they would nibble on tender clover and wild strawberries. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves, the babble of a nearby brook, and the melodious calls of songbirds. The creatures who dwelt here lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the symphony of life. The brook, with its crystal-clear waters, meandered through the forest, its gentle currents a lifeline for all who called this place home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Orin noticed something unusual. The winds, which typically carried the scent of wild herbs and the soft murmur of leaves, were now heavy with the chill of an early frost. It was a sign that the seasons were shifting, and with it, a change loomed over the forest. Orin gathered the creatures of the forest for a council. They met in a clearing bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, surrounded by towering trees that stood as silent guardians. Leela was among the first to arrive, her family huddled close. The air was filled with the scents of damp earth and the faint, sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. "My friends," Orin began, his voice resonant and calm, "the frost has come earlier than expected. We must prepare for the winter ahead. Each of us must ensure that we gather enough to sustain us through the cold months." The creatures nodded, their eyes reflecting the moonlight. It was a task they had undertaken every year, a rhythm as old as the forest itself. However, this year felt different, the urgency of the early frost adding a new layer of concern. Leela, with her nurturing nature, suggested, "Perhaps we can work together, share what we find, so that no one is left wanting." Her suggestion was met with murmurs of agreement. The forest community had always thrived on cooperation, understanding that their strength lay in unity. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the creatures set about their tasks. Squirrels busily gathered acorns, their tiny hands deftly tucking them into hidden caches beneath the forest floor. Birds flitted from branch to branch, collecting seeds to store in their nests. The rabbits worked tirelessly to line their burrow with extra insulation, using fallen leaves and soft tufts of fur. Meanwhile, Orin watched over them, his keen eyes ensuring that all was well. He offered guidance where needed, his wisdom a beacon in the gathering twilight of the season. One afternoon, as the forest basked in the golden light of an autumn sun, Leela discovered a hidden grove, tucked away behind a curtain of ivy. It was a treasure trove of late-blooming berries and herbs, their colors vibrant against the backdrop of rich, dark soil. The air was filled with the scent of ripe fruit and the gentle hum of bees making their final rounds before the chill set in. With a heart full of gratitude, Leela shared her discovery with the other creatures. Together they harvested the bounty, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves overhead. It was a moment of joy and camaraderie, a testament to the power of friendship and cooperation. As the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the forest in a soft, white hush, the creatures retreated to their winter havens. The forest, now silent and serene, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the promise of spring. Through the long, cold months, the creatures shared their stores, their bonds of friendship growing ever stronger. They gathered around Leela's burrow on the coldest nights, listening to Orin's stories of seasons past, his voice a soothing lullaby that lulled them to sleep. And so the forest endured, its harmony unbroken, its creatures held in the gentle embrace of nature's wisdom. As the days lengthened and the snow melted away, the forest awoke to the song of new beginnings. The early frost, once a harbinger of challenge, had become a lesson in resilience and unity. And as the first green shoots pushed through the thawing earth, the creatures of the forest knew that they were part of something greater, a living tapestry woven from the threads of kindness, wisdom, and the enduring cycle of life. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic lingered in every leaf and shadow, the promise of spring was a reminder that harmony could be found in even the most unexpected of seasons. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its warm, golden light over the forest, the creatures knew that they were home. Story 38. In a small, tucked-away village where the mist lingered over fields like a gentle guardian, there lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen had hair the color of chestnut bark and eyes that reflected the deep shades of the forest. Her heart yearned for change, much like the shifting seasons, but she feared the unknown paths that change often carved. Her days were spent tending to the village library, a place where stories of faraway lands and bold adventures were kept safe within the amber glow of candlelight. Yet as the years rolled gently by, Anwen felt a growing restlessness. It was as if the pages she turned each day whispered secrets of transformation that she could not quite grasp. The villagers, kind and gentle, noticed her quiet turmoil. Among them was Marwyn, the village's wise herbalist, and her jovial, moon-faced husband, Ealdred, who was known for his warm laughter that could melt the coldest winter air. They often invited Anwen to their cozy cottage, where the scent of fresh herbs mingled with the sweet aroma of baked bread. One misty evening, with the fire crackling softly in the hearth, Marwyn spoke with her voice like a soothing melody. "Change is the wind beneath the wings of life, dear Anwen. It guides us to places we never knew we longed to be." Ealdred nodded, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "And sometimes it's the unexpected that brings the most joy." Anwen listened, the warmth of their words settling into her heart like a gentle snowfall. Yet change still seemed a distant star, twinkling beyond her reach. It was during the first blush of spring, when the air was perfumed with the promise of new beginnings, that Anwen noticed something peculiar in the library. A faint silvery glow emanated from a forgotten corner, where an ancient, dust-laden tome sat quietly. Its cover was etched with intricate patterns resembling intertwining vines and the phases of the moon. Drawn to it, she opened the book, its pages whispering under her fingers. Words danced across the page, forming a tale of a mystical garden hidden deep within the heart of the forest. The garden, it was said, was enchanted with magic that mirrored the soul's deepest desires and fears, offering transformation to those who entered with an open heart. Anwen felt a flutter of curiosity mixed with apprehension. Could this be the path she had been searching for? Encouraged by Marwyn and Ealdred, who believed in the magic of the old tales, Anwen decided to seek the garden. Armed with a simple map from the book, she set out one dewy morning, the air crisp and filled with birdsong. The path wound through the forest, dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, painting patterns on the forest floor. As Anwen journeyed deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with a soft, luminescent glow. She reached a clearing where the garden lay, a wondrous tapestry of colors and scents. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals whispering secrets to the wind, while gentle streams wove through the garden like threads of silver. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent oak, its branches stretching toward the heavens. Anwen approached, feeling the earth's heartbeat beneath her feet. She rested her hand on the tree's ancient bark, and a warmth spread through her, as if the tree itself shared its wisdom and strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow, Anwen felt a change beginning within her. Her fears and doubts seemed to melt away, replaced by a newfound courage and understanding. She realized that change was not something to fear but to embrace, for it was the essence of life itself. The days spent in the garden were filled with quiet reflection and gentle revelations. Anwen learned to weave her inner turmoil into a tapestry of peace and acceptance. She discovered that within the heart of change lay the seeds of growth, waiting to blossom into something beautiful. When Anwen returned to the village, there was a serene light in her eyes, a reflection of the transformation that had taken place within her. The villagers welcomed her with open arms, sensing the quiet strength she now carried. Marwyn and Ealdred listened with delight as Anwen shared her journey, the lessons she had learned now woven into the fabric of her soul. She spoke of the garden's magic and the inner landscape it had revealed, her voice filled with the warmth of newfound wisdom. As the seasons turned and the village thrived, Anwen found herself embracing change with grace and courage. She realized that the true magic lay not in the garden itself, but in the journey within her heart. And with each passing day, she discovered the beauty of personal growth, a journey that echoed the gentle, eternal rhythm of the world around her. And so, in the quiet village where misty mornings greeted each new day, Anwen's story became a gentle reminder to all who heard it, that within the heart of change lay the promise of transformation, and within each of us, the power to embrace it with love and wisdom. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars twinkled like distant dreams, Anwen's tale lingered in the hearts of those gathered, a timeless whisper of hope and courage, guiding them gently into the embrace of a peaceful night. Story 39. The Whispering Lantern. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the Emerald Valley, there stood a quaint village known as Windmere. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, lush gardens, and homes that seemed to have sprung from the earth itself, their thatched roofs peeking through the vibrant green of ancient oaks. The air was always tinged with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the brook that wound its way through the village sang a lullaby that could soothe the most restless of hearts. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Leora. With her wild curls the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was a beloved figure in Windmere. She possessed a gentle heart and a curious spirit, traits that endeared her to both villagers and creatures of the forest alike. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora's grandmother called her into their cozy cottage. The cottage was a warm embrace of flickering candlelight and the comforting aroma of herbs drying from the rafters. Her grandmother, wise and kind, had a tale to tell, a tale that would change Leora's life forever. "Come, dear," her grandmother beckoned, her voice as soothing as the gentle crackle of the hearth. "There is something I must share with you." Leora settled onto the soft cushion by the fireplace, her eyes alight with anticipation. Her grandmother retrieved a small, ornate lantern from a shelf. Its glass panes were etched with delicate patterns, and it glowed with an inner light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. "This is no ordinary lantern," her grandmother began, her voice a blend of reverence and mystery. "It is the Whispering Lantern, a gift from the fey folk of the Hidden Realm. It has the power to guide the lost and illuminate the unseen." Leora's eyes widened in awe, her fingers itching to touch the magical object. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Only those with a pure heart and a true purpose can unlock its secrets," her grandmother explained. "And it seems the lantern has chosen you, my dear." That night, as shadows danced across the walls and the world outside slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake, the lantern beside her bed casting gentle patterns on the ceiling. Her mind whirled with possibilities, dreams mingling with the soft sigh of the night breeze. The next morning, Leora set out on a journey beyond the familiar paths of Windmere, the lantern cradled carefully in her hands. The villagers waved her off with smiles and well wishes, their faith in her shining as brightly as the sun. As Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cool and the light dimmed, the trees standing as silent sentinels. She followed a narrow trail that wound through the thicket, guided by the soft glow of the lantern. It whispered to her in a language she couldn't quite understand, yet she felt its reassurance, a gentle nudge towards her destiny. Hours passed, and just as doubt began to creep in, Leora stumbled upon a hidden glade. It was a place untouched by time, where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any she'd seen before, and a crystalline pond mirrored the azure sky. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its bark silver and leaves shimmering like stardust. As Leora approached, the lantern's glow intensified, casting a radiant halo around her. From the base of the tree, a small figure emerged, a tiny creature with wings as delicate as gossamer. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, and its voice was a melody that resonated in Leora's heart. "Welcome, Leora," the creature greeted, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Arian, guardian of this realm. You have been chosen to embark on a quest, one that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." Leora listened intently, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "What is it that I must do?" she asked. Arian gestured towards the pond, where ripples danced across the surface, revealing glimpses of another world, a world shrouded in shadows, where laughter had been silenced and hope had withered. "There is a village much like your own that has been cast into darkness by a sorrowful spell. You must help them find the light again." Leora nodded, determination brightening her eyes. "I will do whatever I can to help." With a wave of Arian's hand, the surface of the pond shimmered, and a path of stepping stones emerged, leading towards the heart of the hidden world. Leora took a deep breath, the lantern's glow steady and reassuring in her grasp, and stepped onto the first stone. The journey was not easy. The path wound through dense forests where shadows whispered secrets, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Leora encountered creatures both wondrous and strange, giant butterflies with wings like stained glass, and deer whose antlers glowed with a gentle luminescence. Each encounter taught her something new, a puzzle piece in the tapestry of her quest. As she traveled, Leora discovered that the lantern's light could reveal paths hidden to the naked eye. It illuminated trails woven with moonbeams and bridges crafted from the song of the wind. It led her to a village cloaked in perpetual twilight, where despair hung heavy in the air. The villagers were wary at first, their eyes hollow and their smiles long forgotten. But Leora's kindness and the lantern's warm glow began to melt the ice that had encased their hearts. She listened to their stories, shared her own, and slowly, like the first rays of dawn piercing the night, hope began to flicker in their eyes. With the villagers' help, Leora discovered the source of the darkness, a sorrowful spirit that dwelt in the heart of an ancient tree, much like the one in the glade. The spirit, once a guardian of joy, had been consumed by grief, its light dimmed by the weight of forgotten dreams. Leora approached the tree, the lantern's glow casting a gentle light over the spirit's form. She spoke to it in hushed tones, sharing tales of friendship and laughter, of the beauty that still lingered in the world. Slowly the spirit began to stir, its form shifting from shadow to light. As the spirit's sorrow lifted, the village awoke from its slumber. The air filled with the sound of laughter, the sky brightened with hues of dawn, and flowers bloomed in celebration. The villagers, their smiles radiant, thanked Leora for bringing light back into their lives. With her task complete, Leora returned to the glade, her heart full and her spirit transformed. Arian awaited her, pride shining in its eyes. "You have done well, Leora," it said. "You have reminded us all of the power of hope and the strength of the human heart." Leora smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude and a sense of purpose. She knew that her journey had only just begun, that there were other worlds to discover, other hearts to heal. And with the lantern as her guide, she would continue to walk the path of light and friendship. As the sun set over Windmere and the stars began their nightly dance, Leora returned to her village, the lantern's glow a beacon of comfort and warmth. Her grandmother greeted her with open arms, her eyes brimming with pride and love. "Welcome home, dear," her grandmother whispered, wrapping Leora in a hug as gentle as a summer breeze. Leora knew that she was home, but she also knew that her adventures were far from over. With the whispering lantern by her side, she would continue to seek out the hidden wonders of the world, her heart forever open to the magic and mystery that lay beyond the horizon. And so, under a sky strewn with stars, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings and the gentle whisper of the lantern guiding her way. The end. Story 40. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, She lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves, and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality dance together, the heart of nature beats strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 53. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50, Story 58. Story 59. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Story 61. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees? The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone. With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy. Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 72. Story 73. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning, she replied. It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen. As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery. For in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the Lumines, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the Lumines prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The Lumines, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumines, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the Lumines found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The Lumines, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the Lumines worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The Lumines, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young Lumin named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. Perhaps, she said softly, we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart. As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, Lumens and Arzon worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the Lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The Lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the Lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful. Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go. With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The Lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the Lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, True exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes. With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of the tranquil vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, where the air was always tinged with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Mabel. She had a heart as gentle as the whispering wind, and a curiosity that twinkled in her eyes like stars in the night sky. Mabel's days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of her surroundings, finding joy in the simplest of things, a bubbling brook, the rustle of leaves, or the way sunlight danced upon the cobblestone paths. One crisp autumn morning, while the village still slumbered under a blanket of mist, Mabel wandered into the forest at the edge of the farthest field. The forest was a place of secrets and stories, where the trees held whispers of ages past. As she meandered along a path dappled with golden leaves, she stumbled upon something curious, a small weathered chest, partially buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak. With delicate fingers, she brushed away the earth and carefully pried open the chest. To her astonishment, lying within was a beautifully carved wooden flute, its surface smooth and shimmering with a faint, otherworldly glow. Mabel's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. She lifted the flute to her lips, and as she played a soft, lilting melody, the air around her shimmered like a mirage on a summer's day. From the shimmering air stepped a kindly old tortoise, his shell adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of faraway lands. He introduced himself as Tolwyn, the guardian of the Whispering Woods. "Ah, young one," he said in a voice as soothing as the forest itself, "you have discovered the flute of echoing dreams. It has the power to awaken hidden truths and guide the heart to its deepest desires." Mabel's eyes widened with wonder as Tolwyn explained that the flute's magic was not in granting wishes, but in revealing the paths one must take to achieve them. Eager to learn more, Mabel joined Tolwyn on a journey through the forest, guided by the gentle music of the flute. As they walked, they met a variety of endearing creatures who offered their wisdom. There was Whimsy the squirrel, who taught Mabel the importance of patience by showing her the art of gathering acorns, one by one, to prepare for the winter. Then there was Leora the owl, whose keen eyes saw beyond the surface, teaching Mabel to look deeper into her own heart for answers. Their journey was not without its challenges. There came a time when Mabel and her companions reached a wide, rushing river with no bridge in sight. Mabel felt a pang of fear, uncertain of how to cross. But as she played a soft note on the flute, the river began to calm, and shimmering stepping stones emerged, forming a path. It was then that Mabel realized the flute's magic lay in harmonizing with the world around her, helping her to see solutions that had been there all along. With each step they took, Mabel's understanding of herself and the world deepened. She learned that true strength lay not in force, but in wisdom, patience, and the gentle guidance of friends. As their journey drew to a close, Mabel found herself back at the ancient oak, the flute resting in her hands, its glow now a part of her own heart. She thanked Tolwyn, Whimsy, and Leora for their companionship and wisdom. With a promise to always cherish the lessons she'd learned, Mabel returned to the village, the flute safely nestled in the chest, waiting for the next curious heart to discover its secrets. And so, Mabel's days continued, filled with adventures and the gentle music of the flute that echoed through her spirit. The village, too, seemed to hum with a newfound harmony, as if the trees themselves whispered of the young girl who had learned to listen to the quiet magic of the world. In the warmth of her home, with the crackling fireplace casting a golden glow, Mabel would often share her tales with others, her voice a soothing balm that carried them to a place where dreams danced like fireflies in the night. And as the stars twinkled above, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of wonder and the promise of new beginnings with each dawn. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, Yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. What do you mean by reveals the truth? The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances, Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply. Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. How do I use it? By listening, Lyra replied simply. Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you. Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. This is the pool of reflection, Lyra said, her voice a soft song. It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them. Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. Anwen, Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us. Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the glade of whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. In the shimmering expanse of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered on velvet, two unlikely companions found themselves navigating the vastness of space. The first was Tala, a gentle creature from the verdant planet of Lyra, known for her luminescent skin that glowed softly like moonlight through mist. The second was Zor, a rugged, metallic being from the rocky world of Krylon, whose deep, resonant voice echoed like distant thunder. Their meeting was as improbable as it was serendipitous. Tala had embarked on a journey to collect rare star blooms, ethereal flowers that only blossomed in the zero gravity of space. Meanwhile, Zor was on a mission to repair the ancient satellites that orbited his mineral-rich homeworld. Fate, it seemed, had decreed their paths to cross when a cosmic storm sent their ships spiraling into an uncharted sector of the galaxy. At first, their differences posed a considerable challenge. Tala, with her delicate touch and gentle demeanor, found Zor's brusque manner and clanking footsteps unnerving. Zor, in turn, struggled to understand Tala's quiet whispers, which floated like soft breezes, but often got lost amidst the hum of his mechanical circuits. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings, each misinterpreting the other's intentions. One day, as they drifted near a cluster of luminous stars, a small collision with a rogue asteroid left Tala's craft damaged, and her precious star bloom collection scattered into the abyss. Desperate and worried, she found herself in tears, her glow dimming with her spirits. Zor, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of empathy ripple through his metal frame. Though he was unaccustomed to such feelings, something about Tala's sorrow stirred a new resolve within him. With a clumsy tenderness, Zor extended a mechanical arm to gather the scattered blooms. His usually booming voice softened as he reassured Tala, "We will recover them together." It was the first time Tala saw beyond his steely exterior, recognizing the kindness that lay beneath. As they worked side by side, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Tala showed Zor how to handle the delicate blooms with care, teaching him the art of patience and gentleness. In return, Zor shared stories of his rugged planet, where resilience was forged amidst harsh conditions. Their shared challenges, from navigating treacherous asteroid fields to repairing their damaged vessels, became opportunities for growth and understanding. Gradually, their conversations flowed more easily. Tala learned to appreciate the deep, rhythmic tones of Zor's voice, finding comfort in its steady cadence. Zor, in turn, grew attuned to the subtleties in Tala's whispers, recognizing the wisdom and warmth they carried. Through laughter and occasional mishaps, they discovered the joy of companionship. One evening, as they floated in the tranquil glow of a distant sun, Tala confided in Zor about her fears of returning home empty-handed. Zor, pondering her words, replied, "Perhaps the blooms are not the only treasure you have found." His words, simple yet profound, resonated with Tala, who realized that her journey had gifted her something far more precious than star blooms, a true friend. As their adventure drew to a close, they stood together, gazing at the star-speckled horizon. The cosmic storm that had once seemed a misfortune now felt like a blessing in disguise. Their time together had taught them the true meaning of friendship, understanding, acceptance, and the ability to see beyond appearances. With their ships finally repaired, Tala and Zor prepared to part ways, their hearts full but heavy with the prospect of farewell. Yet they knew that their friendship would endure across the vast distances that separated their worlds. As they exchanged parting glows and echoes, Tala and Zor promised to meet again, somewhere in the galaxy's glittering embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, two unlikely companions set forth on their separate paths, forever bound by the luminous bond of friendship they had forged in the depths of space. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, As the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. She was a curious child, always wondering about the stories her grandmother would tell her before bed. Tales of their ancestors, the guardians of a sacred tradition that had been passed down for generations. One summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dearest," she said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "it is time for you to learn the ways of our people." Amara's heart raced with excitement as her grandmother unveiled a carved wooden box, adorned with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace, its pendant shaped like a crescent moon. "This is the moonstone," her grandmother explained, "a sacred talisman that has watched over our family for centuries. It holds the memories and teachings of those who came before us. With reverence, Amara's grandmother placed the necklace around her neck, and in that moment, a surge of warmth and connection flowed through her. It was as if the whispers of her ancestors had awoken within her. Over the following weeks, Amara's grandmother led her on a journey of discovery, unveiling the ancient rituals and traditions of their people. They would venture into the forest at dawn, greeting the rising sun with songs of gratitude. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the stars, weaving intricate baskets from the supple willow branches, just as their ancestors had done. With each lesson, Amara felt a deeper sense of belonging, as if she were rediscovering a part of herself that had been long forgotten. The stories her grandmother shared were not mere tales, but living threads that connected her to a rich tapestry of heritage. One night, as they sat by the crackling fire, Amara's grandmother held her hands and spoke softly. The moonstone is a reminder that our ancestors' wisdom lives within us. We must cherish and nurture it, so that it may illuminate the path for generations to come. Amara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. She realized that the true legacy her ancestors had bestowed upon her was not merely the moonstone or the ancient rituals, but the enduring spirit of love, respect, and harmony with the natural world. From that day forward, Amara carried the moonstone close to her heart, its gentle glow a constant reminder of the profound connection she shared with her roots. As she grew older, she vowed to pass on the sacred traditions to her own children, ensuring that the wisdom of her ancestors would never be lost. And on warm summer nights, when the moon was full and the forest was alive with the symphony of nature, Amara would sit beneath the stars, telling stories of her heritage to the wide-eyed children gathered around her. For she knew that these stories were not just tales, but living threads that wove them all into the tapestry of life, connecting them to the past, present, and future in an eternal dance of harmony and belonging. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic, trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy, the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. Long ago, Bertram continued, there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored. Pippa's eyes widened in awe. How did they do it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. They listened to the forest, Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us. As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. Remember, little one, he said, the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come. With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the Enchanted Wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Ela noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Ela lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the Enchanted Wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Ela came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ela's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Isla felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Isla knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Isla stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Isla felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Isla finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Isla lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Eldergrove, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Eldergrove was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Eldergrove lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Eldergrove seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Eldergrove. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart.